long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the mini-main World Series of Poker circuit event. Seat 1, we have Melchior Dorian. Seat 2, Far 4. Seat 3, Silvio Nemes. Seat 4, German Schnitzel. Seat 5, Roland. Seat 6, Sinan Kourou. Seat 7, Sheldon Cooper. And Seat 9, Marco 18. Delighted to be joined once again here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We will crown another champion, this time in the tune of €107,300 for a €250 buy-in, which is just astonishing. The value in this tournament is insane. If you haven't been to the King's Resort yet, you gotta go. The must on all serious poker players' calendar. My name is Action Dan, and I am your host and commentator for today, bringing you all the action live from the King's Resort. Waiting for the action to get back underway. You can see the disparity between the chip stacks. Silvio out in front by a landslide with 22 million. Our short stack at the table, 4 big blinds and everything in between. We had some late night action last night. 30 players remaining. From a starting field of 3,359. The levels today will all be 45 minutes each. They were 40 minutes yesterday. The second biggest stack in the tournament is just over 10 million. That'll tell you just how much chips Silvio has. And our shortest stack in the tournament is playing just 1.4 million. We've got both the shortest stack and the biggest stack in the tournament at this table. A lot of stacks in between that 10 to 25 big blind range that I always talk about. 2 of our players under 10 big blinds as we get the action underway. Sheldon with 8, Marco with 4. Delighted to be back here, see how this action unfolds. We will play down to a winner today. You see in the top right hand corner of your screen, there are 30 players remaining from a starting field of 3,359. Throughout the day, you will see at the bottom right hand corner of your screen how much is in the pot, what hand we are on, and what the blinds are. Currently, the small blind is 150k. Big blind is currently 300k, with a 300k running big blind ante. Getting things underway is Sheldon Cooper in the cutoff, playing 2.6 million. He's got the snowmen pocket 8s, moving the last of his chips into the middle. Marco, shortest stack in the tournament with pocket 4s here on the button. Good spot to just get your last 4 big blinds in here. He is crushed, however, but a lot of the time he will be flipping. It's a good opportunity to double up and get something going. Does decide to get out of the way and find a better spot. I don't know if he's going to find much better spots, but as it stands, he would have been crushed on this occasion. Can't just be folding. Blinds and antes are going to eat your stack alive, especially with 30 players remaining. You've done the hard work, you've got into day 3. The final table is not too far away. But in order to make it with a decent stack, you've got to gamble. Take your opportunities as they come. R4. Getting out of the way with 9 high. Sheldon will take the blinds and antes, which are to the tune of 750k picking up there. Which is just a whopping amount to pick up when you're playing a 2.6 million stack You're adding 750k to your stack there just by taking down the blinds and antes. So important at this late stage. Hopefully the players got a good rest last night because they're in for a long day. To Melcher. Queen 8 of hearts on the button, 6.7 million, 22 big blinds in his stack. Hamu says shoving first hand, nice. Yes, you expect to see a lot of shoves and a lot of all-ins. Yesterday, last night, as we played down to the conclusion of day 2, there was loads and loads of all-ins. Big pair after big pair at the feature table. Silvio, look at his stack. Incredible. All those pink chips are $500,000 each. Blue chips, 25k. The grey chips you see in front of the players are all 100k a pop. First, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Just making this final table, you're almost getting five-figure payday. Maybe €8,000, an 8th place, and so on and so forth. A minimum €10,000. Back to the action here. Silvio with a good shot. Melcher, second pair, a kicker, betting minimum 300k. Johan, my man, says let's play poker indeed. Predict we will see a lot of people playing poker today. Turn coming to 5 of diamonds. Melcher still with second pair. Silvio just with 10 high now on this turn. No diamond in his hand, just a straight draw. Not a great card. Depends if Melcher wants to fire a second barrel or just take his showdown value. Maybe go for a small bet on the river after checking back the turn, or betting the turn now to maybe check the river. Silvio deciding to take the initiative here. Bet into his opponent for 500k. I actually kind of like this bet because it's going to get Melcher to fold an ace-high type hand that doesn't contain a diamond. Silvio could have a 5 leading like this. He could have a king. He could have diamonds. So there's a bet of $500,000 and a call. The river coming the ace of spades. Not a good card for Silvio. If Melcher did continue with a hand that contained an ace in it, he would now have top pair. Does just have 10 high. Does block the nuts straight, having the 10 in his hand. Jack 10 being the nuts, the diamonds being the nuts, with the nuts straight. Does wave the white flag here. 3.3 million in the pot. I think this is a wise decision. Melcher, not really much point in betting. He's beat, he's beat. His queen is going to be good enough here against the bluffing range of Silvio, and that is exactly what has happened. Melcher will scoop this one. Silvio takes a very small hit to his staggering 69 big blinds, 21 million in this man's stack. As we have one more elimination. All players now guaranteed €2,389. I'll keep you updated as the payouts. Players are eliminated. Players are eliminated and the payouts are increased. We'll have a redraw at 24 players remaining and another redraw when 16 remain. And of course, the biggest redraw of them all when 9 players are left. Loads and loads of action to unfold here. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Jay Wasello subscribing at tier 1. Thank you very much, sir. You're on a 2-month streak. Feel free to subscribe to this channel, guys. You won't have to deal with any pesky ads. Marco seizing the moment with his ace-jack offsuit and a hijack with 4 big blinds. 4.5. Silvio asking for a count. Takes a swig from his sugar-free Red Bull. Decides to just fold. Big blind calling what looks to be an ace. Oh, 2 aces. German Schnitzel with the pocket rockets. 97% here for the aces against ace-jack. Marco in about the most trouble he could possibly be in. Just 3% under his cards. Flop, queen, 10, queen. A glimmer of hope here. Can hit it straight. Not anymore. The case ace hitting that turn. Marco 18 has been eliminated. 29th place. German Schnitzel will scoop that pot of 3.3 million. We're just 4 players away from a redraw. Be sure to check out the TikTok channel of the King's Resort at the King's Resort Official. Just put out a new video. One more elimination, 27 players remaining now. Melcher, ace-jack offsuit and the hijack. No, Johan, there will be another redraw when we hit 24, and then another redraw when we hit 16. What I've been informed. Jervis Schnitzel now, ace 4 off suit in the small blind. Yeah, we will have a redraw when there is 3 more eliminations, that's correct. Check from the Jack 9 in the big blind from Roland. Second pair, Jack kicker blocking some straight draws. Melcher checking back with his ace Jack in the hijack, turn coming the Queen of clubs. Be a safe time now for Roland to bet. Somewhere around third to half pot seems fine. Goes for exactly that. 750k. Melcher now with the greatest of hands here to call on the turn because he blocks some straight draws he wants his opponent to have with the Jack in his hand. There'll be other straight draws though and bluffs. Most likely see a river. Does call 3.2 million in the middle now. See the river. River is the 4 of hearts. Roland reaching again. This time 1.3 million. Interesting bet again when the heart comes on the river, but maybe he thinks Melcher will be betting a lot of his flush draws on the flop. Melcher gets out of the way. Roland scoops that one. Average stack now 6.2 million. Little over 20 blinds. Schnitzel on the button, putting a raise together. 650k. Carew in the big blind, 9-7 of spades. Paying 10 big blinds. 350k for him to see a flop. Decides to let it go. Schnitzel will take the blinds and antes. All players now guaranteed €2,799. Those pay jumps will be getting bigger and bigger as we get closer to the final table. A tiny pause and play here. I think they're changing the deck. Only 6 players remaining now, just 2 players away from a redraw. Schnitzel in the cutoff, ace-king offsuit. Sheldon not going to be defending the 9-5 offsuit. Schnitzel showing the ace-king offsuit. Stack over 10 million now. Ace-queen offsuit for Silvio. Raises to 600k. 20 million. What a stack. Guru on the button will call with ace-10 offsuit. Needs to be careful, just 7 big blinds remaining behind. The raise coming from early position, albeit it was the chip leader, the overwhelming chip leader at this table. Axe fix 4, all diamonds. Silvio, the ace of diamonds. Just 2 million in the pot. Peru with 2.4 million behind. For me, it's just an all-in situation or a bet. Bet that we'll commit ourselves. Obviously not going to be folding with the ace of diamonds in our hand. Peru not really hitting this one. Just with pot behind, the best thing to do here is to just go all in. As we've had one more elimination, 25 players remaining now. Maybe the chip counts 3 players at our table with under 10 big blinds now. 2 players in around the same with 19 and 21. 33 big blinds for Schnitzel, but way out in front, 40 more big blinds in the second place at this table is Silvio Nemes. 73 big blinds. Not the final table. As you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, there are 25 players remaining. Silvio raising under the gun with king 10 off suit. Melcher the small blind with ace queen. Will be playing down to a winner tonight indeed. Melcher going for the lot here, 6.6 million, don't blame him. much other options. Could decided to flat the small blind, but it can cause a lot of problems. Better to just take this down from an aggressive opener, the chip leader at the table. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. You can get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Find out all the information about that on the King's Resort website at www.kingsresort.com. Base Cowboys here for Roland. The Kings at Kings. Early position, 19 big blinds. Here we go. This is a huge raise, 1.2 million. We want action here with our hand, not to scare people away. Don't believe he showed. We'll take the blinds and antes for his troubles, but pricing out all his customers there with a 4x sizing from early position. Granted, no one really had anything to play back at him with. To even play with him. Yes, you may have less experience. Also, guys, for many of these players left in this tournament, this is by far their biggest opportunity to win serious sums of cash. A €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket and a title. You can only make so many good decisions in a day, and they're out of their depth if they haven't been in this scenario before. That is why the best players make final tables time and time again. They are so experienced, they know what to do in so many different situations. If you've not had that experience and you're sitting at this table, it can be quite overwhelming. Every decision you make magnified with the momentous occasion to try and make this final table. So easy to comment on what people are doing when we are not sitting in that seat and the cards are not in our hands. Meanwhile, Carew raised to 625k, which looks really strong in my opinion, from under the gun +1 with A7 of spades off this stack size. Silvio going to call in the small with Queen 10 of hearts. Upcoming ace, queen, deuce. Action. This is all going in the middle, ladies and gentlemen. Heart, draw, and a pair for Silvio. Opposite pairs for Carew. Here we go. All in the call. All in the fella, all in the other fella. 3.6 million in the middle. Run coming to line of clubs. No help for Silvio. Being a heart or a queen. Does not get it. The 8 of diamonds rolling off on the river. 5.3 million pot for Kuru. Silvio, ace-9 offsuit on the button. 18 million. He won big blinds at the moment. Raising to 600k. Now Schnitzel in the small blind pocket sixes, playing 30 big blinds. Under 10 million. Most likely just see him call here. Does call. Roland getting an extremely good price here to see a flop, but just with Jack 3 of diamonds. It's suited. For a penny in for a pound. Three-way action as we will see the flop. Flop is ace, king, queen, rainbow. Silvio out in front. Top pair. Great draw for the Jack 3. We're not looking too hot. Schnitzel's sixes looking horrific on this flop. Oh, check in the small blind, check in the big blind. Silvio with the option to check back and pot control. We're going for small value, blockerish kind of sizing. Something a little less than a million, around 800k. 700k is the bet. That will do and get the job done. Takes that one down. Good show is ace. Apocalypse UK gifting 3 months of the tier 1. From Johan. Well done, lads. 3 gift subs to the channel now. Schnitzel on the button. 8.8 million. Piecing together a raise. 650k to go. All blind out the way and king 3 offsuit for Kuru after doubling up. He will let that one go also. Lines and antes go to Schnitzel. Schnitzel debating whether he's playing this A7 offsuit from the cutoff or not. Looks like he is going to go for it again. 650k will probably most likely be the raise. Who is the bracelet winner at the table? Through with the king 9 offsuit from the small blind. Through will get out of the way. Cooper was playing 6 big blinds. 50k more to call. Seven high gets out of the way. Par 4 all in under the gun. Last 5.5 big blinds, give or take, with ace-9 offsuit. This is going to be action. Silvio, 2 ladies right beside him. deciding on whether call or bump it up. Just calls. Queens for Silvio, ace 9 off suit for Far 4. 2.9 million in the middle. Far 4 needing some help here, just 36%. 64% for the Queens. Far 4 getting an ace. Flop is King Jack 4. The Queens now way out in front, 85%. Turn coming, the 3 of spades, an ace and an ace only. Far 4 will be eliminated in 25th place. Mix of diamonds. Far 4 has been eliminated, and you know what that means. We have 24 players remaining, which means we are going to go on a short break for a crucial redraw. We will come back in a few moments. The last three tables of 8. Silvio, yes, very accomplished player in his own right. 55 big blinds he's playing, the short stack with 4 bigs. We'll be back in a few moments. Stay tuned for more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
Andy, oh my God, stop the clock.
But it's going to be a complete redraw. We're going to move the chips first, though.
15 minutes.
15 minutes break.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. It can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final day of the mini main event of the World Series of Poker circuit events. Seat 1 we have Lee Chen, Seat 2 Cash Flow, Seat 3 Happy Burner, Seat 4 Melcher, Dorian, Goofy, Roland. We have Gelly, who's at our table, Luke Gelly, and Fabian Donovan. Small blind, when we restart the action, will be 200k. Big blind, 400k. With a 400k running big blind ante. 24 players remaining now. We'll play down to a winner tonight. May the best man win. I expect to see chips flying everywhere. Goofy playing a miserable one, just under 2 big blinds now. Chip leader at this table is 37 big blinds. 4 of our stacks in between 10 and 20 big blinds. Gelly with 7 big blinds and Lee Chen with 5. Also been doing my homework at the break. Silvio Nemes has already had a score of $130,000 before at the King's Resort. Watch out for Melcher, Dorian, also a very accomplished player in their own right.
All right, 24 players remaining. 5 in the 8 seat. 200,000, 400,000, 400,000. 2, 4, and 4. Shuffle up in the
Total live earnings Nearly $300,000 for Dorian Melchers. His best live cash, a $73,000 score. So he will be very familiar and experienced in this kind of dynamic, this close to a huge score. And getting the action started. Ace King off suit. Moving all in for 7.1 million under the gun. Now, I've talked about this before. This is a huge, huge jam with Ace King. We're not really giving our opponents a chance to call with inferior hands and see flops. Giving our opponents a chance to re-jam with inferior holdings also. Or they could just call. Yes, indeed, we are just going to take down a million chips. Often, very often. But at this late stage, it's fine to take down the blinds and antes there, but it's also probably a better strategy to try play post flop, get it in pre-flop when you are in a dominating position. But a lot of players at this late stage do not want to be risk-taking flips. That is understandable when they are looming towards this final table, playing for serious wads of cash. First prize tonight is going to walk home with €107,300 title and all the glory. The mini main World Series of Poker circuit event. Dorian Melchers, Queen Jack of Hearts raising to 800k from under the gun. Roland calling with pocket trees from under the gun +2. Playing just 12 big blinds. Nine of hearts, 8 of hearts, deuce of clubs is the flop. Great flop for Dorian. Roland whiffing with his trees here. Dorian checking over to his opponent. Interesting check. See him reach for a bet here, most likely. Somewhere in the 1.2 to 1.4 million range. He decides to check again. Roland checks behind the river, completing the flush for Dorian. 7 of hearts. That is 875 from Dorian. Rolling, calling, a non-believer with his pocket trees. Goofy moving all in for his last 725k with King 7 off suit. Chen folding his pocket fives, which I think is a mistake. His opponent all in for just under 2 big blinds, and we only have 5 big blinds ourselves. This is a good opportunity for us to spin and win, in my opinion. Dorian will be calling for 325k more. Ace deuce for Dorian, King 7 for Goofy. King Jack 6 is the flop. Good flop for Goofy. Dorian needing an ace or some backdoor straights. King of Diamonds seals the deal on the turn. Goofy will survive with 2.1 million. He will be posting his big blind and his ante now. 800k of that will go back in the middle. Average stack almost 7 million now. Rolled all in under the gun, 3.8 million. Ace King off suit. Goofy going to give it a go here with his last 5 big blinds with ace 9 off suit. Flop. 6, 6, 8. Goofy in trouble. The third coming is Jack of Clubs, just 5% now. If he hit the river. 10 of Hearts. Goofy is eliminated. Unlucky Goofy. Wasn't to be. Sir Olin scoops that one. Playing a stack of 6 million now. Updated the chip counts. Lee Chen is now our short stack with 5. Gelly with 7, Donovan 11, Roland 15, Burner 17, Dorian 21, and our chip leader is Cashflow 345, playing a stack of 35 big blinds. We can see from the top right hand corner of our screen we've had another elimination, which means all players are now guaranteed €3,391. Gally moving all into a full table here with ace-5 offsuit is risky business. Lee Chen sticking his last 2.2 million in the middle here with pocket eights. Roland asking for a count, but I'm not sure why. I must think the pay jump hasn't been reached yet. We'll let it go. Jelly, ace-5, Lee Chen, pocket eights, 5.2 million in the middle. Flop is Queen 5-7, Rainbow. Piece of it for Gally, but it needs an ace and ace or a 5, 25% to beat the pocket eights of Lee Chen. Turn a 7 of diamonds. Down to a 5 or an ace still. Here comes the King of Hearts. Lee Chen survives. Gally takes the hit. Will be left with a couple of big blinds, but not much. Right now, Gally will just have 2 big blinds. Every other player over 10 at the table. Lee Chen raising to 1 million from early position. 4.2 million behind. Gelly going to get it in, obviously, with his ace-queen suited. Gets it in with the best of it. "22 players now remaining. 2 players off a €600 pay jump. 858. That's going to eliminate another one. Par running clubs. Now, queen would work on the river. 6%. The river. 9 of clubs. Luke Gelly eliminated in 22nd place. Means 21 players remaining now. All players be conscious of this next pay jump. €629, I believe. All players then guaranteed €4,011. Nice little spin happening here for Lee. Not too many of those pink chips yet, but 2 hands in a row. Worked out in his favor. Paying 6.2 million now. Raising 1 million. Ace queen off suit. This is disaster for Roland. I don't expect Lee Chen to be folding for 4 million more. It is for nearly all of his stack, but I just think his hand is too strong. Lee Chen calling. 4 million more. 11 million in this pot now. Roland was 15% to crack the ace queen of Lee Chen. Flop. 8-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. 10% now for Roland. Needed running diamonds or straight cards for his chop. Burn is one of those diamonds. 6 of diamonds. River, the 4 clubs. Roland eliminated. Lee Chen getting richer again. Guy had absolutely fumes about a level ago. That means, guys, we are down to 20 players. All players now guaranteed €4,011. We are 4 players away from another redraw. That will mean we will just have 2 tables remaining. New player to table, Pepe. Playing a stack of 18 million, 44 big blinds. Fabian Donovan, small blind, 8 bigs, shoving King 7 off suit. Now Lee Chen in the big blind with King 10 off suit. Asking for a count, but this is a very strong hand to pick up blind v blind. Especially when your opponent is shoving into you in the small with less than 10 big blinds. Call, action, 7.9 million in the middle, and Fabian Donovan is going to get the bad news. He's just 30% to stay in this tournament. Lee Chen out front, 70%, the dominating King 10 against the King 7. Almost 20 big blinds in the middle here. Lee on quite the spin. Let's see if he can continue. 4, 5, 6 gives hope. Donovan, open-ended straight draw now. The turn, a brick, the deuce of clubs. And the river. The tree. Really felt like something was going to happen on that river for Donovan, and it did. So Lee Chen takes a hit, but he will still be playing 20 big blinds. Donovan playing almost identical. That would have put Lee up to 16 million after he had about 2.2 when he arrived at our table a couple of levels ago. As it stands, Donovan doubling up. Lee taking the hit. They're now playing even stacks. Hello, Lightning Soul. Seemed to enjoy the coverage last night. It looks like you are back once again. Just in time, come on in, the water is lovely. You have not missed too much. Loads and loads more action to come. 20 players remaining. Player who is the most comfortable at this table, having had huge scores not so long ago. Dorian Melcher raising to 800k with the King Queen off suit. Donovan picking up a really nice hand on the button here in his pocket tens. Updated chip counts. The shortest stack at the table now is 17 big blinds, not too short. Pepe out in front with 44, cash flow 33, Donovan 24, Dorian 19, and Lee Chen the same. We are currently playing six-handed, ladies and gentlemen, and that means the blinds and antes are hitting our opponents faster and faster. Like the feature table is 6, and then we have 2 seven-handed tables on the outer tables. 4 more eliminations away from a redraw. We'll come back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to the final table. Then, of course, we will be playing down to a winner tonight and crown a champion once again, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you are just joining in, my name is Action Dan. I'm your host and commentator for the duration of this tournament. You are watching the main World Series of Poker circuit event. The winner today will take home a whopping €107,300. The average stack almost approaching 8.4 million, which is good for just over 20 big blinds. Round to cash flow on the button. We haven't seen much of cash flow yet. Queen Jack off suit, 13 million on the button. Yes, that's right indeed. We stay hyped so we don't have to get hyped here. Reporting for the King's Resort. Cash flow opening with the Queen Jack off suit. Dorian Melcher's calling in the big blind with ace 8. The flop coming 9, 8, 7. The turn coming to Jack after the flop goes check, check quickly. 10 would make a straight now. The board getting scarier and scarier. Cash flow turning top pair. Will bet something to the tune of 1 million. Melcher's going to call 1 bet here to see what develops on the river. Bit of an ambitious call on the turn after the flop going check, check on such a scary board, but he does call once. River coming to king of diamonds quickly goes check, check. 4.4 million goes in the direction of cash flow. Melcher down to 13 big blinds now with 5.4 million behind. Chen from the hijack, just moving all in for almost 20 big blinds with ace king clubs. I've mentioned this before. I think it's too much chips to be shoving from early position. From later position, dynamic change slightly, but also it is more likely that our opponent will re-jam on us or call in the blinds. So therefore, I think this is overkill, jamming this many big blinds with 20 left with ace king suited. Cash flow in the cutoff, ace 9 suited. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If Li Chen had just made it 800k or $1 million to go, he might get at the very least a call from cash flow or a rejam or a 3-bet. But as it stands, comes around to the button, who also would have rejammed with his ace queen, but maybe doesn't get away from this. But my point still stands. We don't allow our opponents to stack off with inferior hands when we just jam all in for almost 20 big blinds from the hijack. In this occasion, it's probably going to work and get called by a hand. But our opponents need a hand in and around the strength of ace jack, ace queen to be calling. And look at this Pepe action. All in the call. Your 10s are not looking so hot. Gets out of the way. That hand could have played out very differently. But as it stands, there's 13 million in the middle. Ace, king of clubs for Chen. Happy burner. Ace, queen off suit, just 26%. Tens would have been in good shape, but that is just thinking in hindsight. Hard to call off for your tournament there with just 10s when there's an all-in for nearly 20 big blinds and a call. The flop coming queen, deuce, queen. What a disaster for Chen. He's going to need runner, runner, club or a miracle. Doesn't get his miracle. Disaster for Chen. Really, really unlucky. Loses with his king 10, dominating his opponent with the king 7 blind v blind a few moments ago. And he's just taking an absolute huge hit to his stack, leaving himself with fumes once more after his ace king of clubs dominating the ace queen cannot get the job done. But that will do for the ace queen. Huge double up for the ace queen, flopping trips on that flop, almost flopping your opponent dead, going in with just 26% equity. Feet must be doing a dance after that one. Dancing on the inside at the very least. What a cruel game we love. The line between chaos and order. So fickle in this game. Pepe now, 45 big blinds, cash flow 38, burner 32, Donovan 24, Dorian 13, and now poor Li Chen, after having that really big spin up, is now left with 4 big blinds. Nothing Li Chen can do, of course. Played the hands. Got the money in good both times. That's all you can do in this game sometimes. Or any time. The rest is up to the poker gods. Li Chen moving the last of his biscuits over the line. 1.6 million. 4 big blinds. Donovan in the big blind asking for a count, paying 8.9 million. Be surprised to not see Donovan flick this in. Li Chen flopping 2 pair. Donovan with a piece of it, still 20% equity. Chen might double back up to nearly 10 big blinds. The turn coming to 4 of hearts, the king of hearts. working for Donovan now, up to 28%. River coming a queen of clubs. Chen survives. Now back. Some form of fighting chance with the guts of 10 big blinds just underneath it. Let's not sleep on the English player at the table, Fabian Donovan. Has total live earnings of nearly $100,000. So let's keep that in mind. We've had another elimination, 19 players remaining now. Means we are 3 players away from a crucial redraw. And 2.3 million more for Pepe to call. Chen jamming his 5s. Pepe hates this, but will call. 44% for the King 7, 56% for the 5-5. 5 will make you get down now. Let's see. Chen's pocket 5s can hold. He will be back to 7.4 million. Pepe still have 15 million if he loses this hand, but 7.4 million in the middle. Ace, 10, deuce, all spades on the flop. Turn coming to King of Hearts. Great card for Pepe. The river, the ace of clubs. Chen has been eliminated. What a whirlwind of emotions for that man over the last 2 hours. Not even 2 hours. So folks, that means we've had another elimination. We are down to 18 players remaining now. That means we have a pay jump incoming. That pay jump is to the tune of just over €600. See in the top right hand corner of your screen, 18 players remaining now. The average stack fast approaching 10 million, 9.33 million currently. Hello ECW King, I hope you are well this afternoon. Come on in, the water's lovely, you're just in time. Burner raising with the Queen 10 offsuit under a gun to 850k. Cash flow 450k more for him to call with the 6-7. That's a go. We've had another elimination, which means the pay jump has been reached. 17 players remaining. All players now guaranteed €4,632, and that means we are one elimination away from a crucial redraw. Apocalypse UK says, I remember going to Ponton's holiday as a kid. They had someone called Action Packed Jack. Nice to know him, his brother Action Dan. Well, we had another Action Dan. The original Action Dan. Trying to think of his second name now. I'm going to Google it. I've read all of his books, so the name escaping me is not sitting well in my head. Dan Harrington. It's possibly the second poker book I ever read after Super Systems. Many moons ago now, of course. The game evolved and evolved and evolved. He's still alive. Very old now, though. Born in 1945. Werner raising to 1.5 million as the small blind is now 250k. The big blind, $500,000 with $500,000 running ante. I think it was just a different dynamic in that particular hand, Ole. Raised to 1.1 million from the cutoff with the ace-3 offsuit from cash flow. The average stack after the blinds going up is 20 big blinds currently. That will go up with another elimination. Meanwhile, back to this hand, Pepe Flopping a flush draw from the big blind with 20 million, 9-7 of clubs on Jack 4 deuce. Cash flow betting 700k with a good shot and his ace high. Very interesting click back from Pepe, absolute min raise. 1.1 million becomes 2.2. Cash flow going to put the chips together and call an additional 2.1 big blinds. You've heard the man. It looks like we've had another elimination, so we will have a short break after this hand. 16 players remaining now. We'll come back with a redraw. Pepe raising. We're betting 2.5 million in cash flow. Hitting the wheel on this turn card. Moving all in for 12 million. I'm getting very, granted I can see the cards, but cash flow is giving off very strong vibes.
I have just 5 million, but I have 4
You won't be calling off with just a 9 high flush draw.
I want to wait, but she told me I have it.
Don't think he played the hand bad, but possibly by just check calling the turn, you could see the river depending on how much cash flow bet, but that turn card smacking our perceived range when we defend in the big blind, so don't blame Pepe for betting out on this turn. Five of clubs would have been the ultimate action there indeed, Lightning Soul. He folds. That means we are going to go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere. Things are just heating up. The last 2 tables of this mini main, and we will play down to a winner tonight live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Back in a few.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scared
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final day of the main event of the World Series of Poker circuit events, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you are just tuning in, 16 players remaining in seat 1, Silvio Nemes. Seat 2, Lucas Hornijek. Seat 3, Melhers Dorian. Seat 4, Christian Dalder. Seat 5, Brian Lians de Reder. Seat 6, Sebastian Chamorro. Seat 7, Rashid El Yakubi. And seat 9, Happy Burner. The small blind when we get restarted is 250k. Big blind, $500,000. With a $500,000 running ante. Only one player under 10 big blinds. Melhers Dorian, our chip leader, just under 40 big blinds with Christian. And a lot of our players at the table in between that 10 to 25 big blind range. Silvio, 33 bigs. I expect to see fireworks as we play down to the final table, and indeed a winner tonight. I am your host and commentator for this evening. My name is Action Dan. You're just waiting for the action to get back underway. You are very welcome on this Monday afternoon. Wake me up when September ends. Well, it is nearly over now. Be October then. Soon to be Christmas. ECW, Dan says going for the European names is always a joy. Well, we're definitely getting better. As I said it once, I say it 100 times. Pronunciations of the Irish are not our strong point.
16 players remaining. 16 players remaining.
I did see Camerata left in yesterday. I cannot tell you if he is still in. We've no information on the outer table. So if you see him, he's not moved here before the final table, and you don't see him at the final table, unfortunately your buddy is eliminated. There can only be one winner. German Schnitzel is still in. He got moved to the outer table. I know that because he was at our table before the break. We've already had 14 eliminations today, ECW. I see KM in the chats as well. Yes, I am on the comms, of course. Hope you are well, KM. I do believe you're making your pilgrimage to King's Resort very soon indeed. While we are here, we are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Find out all the information about that merchandise store and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Back to the action. Silvio limping. It was garbage, 8 deuce off. Lucas taking his option with 6-3 of spades, flop coming 9-8-7. Very wet kind of a flop. 1.5 million in the middle. Silvio, little pair. Nice to see where he's at. Flicks out one of those biscuits, those 500k pink chips. If you are just tuning in, you are watching a €250 buy-in that has generated a prize pool of well over €500,000. We are 10 players away from every player being left first to sixth place, all receiving a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And our winner tonight is going to take home from a €250 buy-in €107,300, which is just staggering. As the average stack creeps just a little past the 10 million mark, 10.5 million, which was good for 21 big blinds currently. I do see, if you are enjoying this content, it's non-stop at King's. One event ends and another begins. That is where the Action Dan name comes from. Non-stop action at King's. Next Sunday, the bank holiday. Actually, I don't even know if it's a bank holiday. The Sunday the 2nd and Monday the 3rd of October, the World Series of Poker Circuit event Monster Stack is on. €550 buy-in. $500,000 guaranteed in that one as well. And if this €250 buy-in was huge, generating 3,359 entrants, then how big do you think that monster stack's going to be? Okay, understandable, KM. I'll catch up with you when you have better signal. I would imagine you'll be playing that monster stack that I'm just mentioning next Sunday then, or during the week. Yes, Johan the man, I would be expecting in and around 2,000 entrants. regardless of how many entries it's going to be. It's going to smash once more, and it is an event I would love to be playing, if I'm going to tell the truth. Who doesn't love sitting there with loads and loads of chips, and the monster stack provides that for all players. Tournaments have to end sooner or later, and I like fast-paced tournaments, especially when they're down to the last two tables, which is what we are watching right now. Silvio, important to know that this man has had various poker scores in his career. This moment will not phase him as much as it will phase other people at the table. Ace-3 of diamonds. $3 million to go from Silvio. Melher's Dorian, ace-6 of clubs in the small blind, playing 5 bigs, seizing the moment. Good opportunity to get the last of his chips in the middle with a suited ace. Yes, I can understand if people are playing poker. Watching that many people in a room playing poker for days on end when you don't play the game itself could be frustrating, but there are various ways to enjoy yourself at King's. The gym, the spas, bar, the buffet, so on and so forth. 8885. 58% for Melher's to. It's just going to be a split. Splitsville for this one. Nothing major to report there than a chop pot. No, I am not going to sing. I'm more of a dancer. Dancer or a boxer. You make a ring, I'll dance, but I won't be singing. Though I find myself singing in my head sometimes when they play music in the background, which is pretty much all the time. Down to Lucas in the cut-off with King Jack off suit. I've had many a camera on me in my life, but I don't want a camera on me while I'm commentating, that's for sure. Hard enough trying to get the mic and headset correctly on my face and head. Lucas raising to 1.2 million. We're there in the big blind, King 10 off suit. That is the first time I'm seeing this t-shirt, and I'd be lying if I didn't find it very funny. Being a comedian and all, that's a good one. I like it. It gets my seal of approval. We're there. Checking over to Lucas. King Jack ahead of the King 10. And no harm, it's going check, check. This is an action turn card, though, with 2 flush draws on board, both having top pair. Yeah, Roder checking over to his opponent. Lucas going to bet this one. Bet of 1.8 million from Lucas. Brian de Roder is moving all in for 7.8 million. He's got about 150k in total live earnings, so this is a player who's dangerous. I don't see Lucas getting away from this. Of course, he's only got 2.9 million behind. He will call. He will get the great news that he is well ahead. Too much posturing there, but it is for his tournament life. 13 million in the middle here. As we hit the river, just 6% for Roder. River coming the 8 of spades. Lucas doubling up. Roder taking a huge hit and will be left with 6 big blinds. There will be our short stack at the table now. 6 bigs, same as Dorian. Chamorro with 13, Yakubi with 15, Lucas 25, Werner 28, Silvio 36, and Christian out in front with playing the identical stack. There'll be a pay jump incoming. One more elimination. All players will be guaranteed €5,253. Pay jump's getting serious now. Certainly worth keeping an eye on. Well, Lightning Soul, I suppose it's better to be a chat pro than no pro at all. Ace 5 of spades for Lucas. Very surprised to see him fold that one from the hijack. And Roder, last 6 biggins in the small blind. Ace King off suit. Surely just going all in the middle. And Sebastian won't be calling with the 5-2 soft suit. Asking for a count here, and you're like, oh, why is he asking for a count and why is he looking at his cards again? That's because there's a big enough pay jump at stake here. You can see the difference, €4,632. With your calculator, €5,253 minus 4,632 equals a fold. €621 was the answer. Those are too slow. The action was a 6 big blind jam from the small blind with ace king off suit. The big blind tanking due to a €632 pay jump with 5 high. That's alright, Lightning Soul. I wouldn't be a mathematician myself. We've had the elimination, which means all players are now guaranteed €5,253. Christian. King 6 offsuit from the cutoff, raising to 1.3 million. Sebastian from the small blind with King 10 offsuit, playing 10 big blinds. $1 million more for him to call. You might think his hand is strong enough for a rejam, but decides against it with limited amount of fold equity. And Rashid El Yakubi. I do believe we've seen Rashid before. Jack 9 of diamonds. 6.9 million in his stack, which is 13 bigs. Defending is nice here. We could rejam for 750k more, 2.5 million in the pot. I'd like to just see a flop most of the time. Where you want to fold, rejamming is fine. Depends on how wide we think our opponent is raising from the cutoff. My favorite thing to do here would just be to see a flop. And yes, my spidey senses were tingling. Yakubi is a very accomplished player with over $420,000 in live earnings. Best live cash for $120,000. Christian flopping best on this flop. Also with the betting lead, the initiative, doesn't really matter whether he has the king or not, he's going to bet. Rashid completely whiffing on this occasion. Sometimes you would ask, why is someone tanking, or why is he thinking? They're trying to get a read off their opponent that they can use in future situations. It's not just about the hand that's at play. That is important to note. There's just so much going on in every hand. Dorian, 6 bigs. Christian now 40. Not much has changed for the others. Dorian, so lucky to pick up a hand this strong with 6 big blinds. Move it all in the middle, 3.5. To go, folks. Everyone folding. Dorian taking the blinds and antes, which are now 1.3 million, which is huge. Dorian now with 9 bigs at ace-3 of diamonds. Lets it go. We're there, pocket 8. Move all in for 8 bigs from the hijack. Round 2, Silvio, ace-10 off suit, 3.6 million to call. I believe he will call with ace-10 off here. He's paying 17 million. Calls the additional 3.6 million, 8.9 million in the middle. Big moment for both players, especially Reder, the chance to get back in this. Significant enough pot. Silvio also though. Flop, king 9-4, 2 clubs. Not the greatest of flops for the ace-10. Backdoor clubs working, backdoor straight draws. An ace also. The turn coming to 10 at diamonds. Disaster for Reder. Just 6% now as we hit the river. Oh, good. And Reder, we lose a strong player in Reder. .14 players remaining now. King Queen off suit for Dorian. All in the fella. Both tables 7-handed now. Important to note as we edge our way closer to that final table. Lucas letting that one go. Silvio, the chip leader now. Stack over 20 million once more. 22 mil. Christian 40 big blinds, 20 mil. Werner 26 bigs. Lucas 23. Dorian 11. 11. Second last in chips, and only one of our players is under 10 big blinds now. And 42 mini main World Series of Poker circuit event. What an event this is shaping up to be. Raising 1.3 million with ace-4 off suit. Sebastian king-queen off suit. Undergoing +1. Just playing 5.3 million. Just going to call. This looks really strong, just calling here. And under the gun raise, we are just 7-handed. So just remember that. But under the gun 1, calling. Leaving himself with 4 million behind. This is just a hand. We either want to rejam or fold. I don't know how well this is playing with lots of players to act behind us. As it stands, Silvio just calling on the button with his walking sticks. Dorian getting an incredible price, but just with the absolute nappy hand. 4-2 off suit. Really not going to cut the mustard here. Flop 10-10 deuce. 7's out in front. Ace-4. Whiffing this one. 2 players to act behind. I would imagine this will go check, check. Silvio will take it down with a bet. But Christian has other ideas. It is a paired board after all. The more I look at it, Christian is probably best to bet here. I just felt like Sebastian's flat looked so strong. This is the two of the bigger stacks going at it at the table. That's one of the turn cards Christian might decide to barrel again. Shy Baby don't get no sweets. He can hit a straight with a 5. It would get Silvio to fold a better ace high a lot of the time. Now, his bet of 2.4 million, I don't believe is going to get Silvio to fold his pocket 7s. He's getting too good of a price. Silvio, very accomplished player. This isn't his first rodeo, that's for bloody sure, and he will piece this one together. See the call in the turn. This pot now, guys, 13 million. The river. Oh my God. The 5 of diamonds. Looking back at his cards just to make sure life is real. $13 million in the pot. He doesn't want to be betting any more than 5, maybe 4.5 million, something around that area. Seems good to me. You can call me Action Dan because I predict these things. 4.5 million is the bet. Now Silvio going to piece this one together. The 5 of diamonds, not that bad of a card for his pocket 7s if our opponent is bluffing backdoor hearts. Would he continue barreling? Give up on that river. 4.5 million to pay off into a pot of 18 million doesn't seem too bad. His body language wouldn't indicate that he's going to fold. Silvio is going to see how lucky he's after getting here. You can't beat much. You can only really beat a bluff. Pocket 7s is strong on this board. Unlikely our opponent has a 10 with 2 10s out there. Only losing to an overpair or indeed a backdoor straight draw. 22 million is the pot going in the direction of Christian Dalder. By Graggy SMA. That was a very interesting hand. And a huge momentum shift in the direction of Christian Dalder. Silvio needs to stay composed. Silvio going to be in action again, this time with pocket nines in the cut-off, 24 big blinds. Raise coming from the hijack of Burner, ace-7 off suit. Most likely just going to see him jam this one. He is indeed just all in. Burner conceding. MS still 15 million. Silvio knows how to stay composed and get back to action. Only TM says he's one of his real life friends. He's an insane poker player, both cash and MTTs, with huge experience in this game. It shows at the table for sure, and that is going to stand to him with 14 players left in another huge event where other people haven't been in this position before. It's very hard to stay calm and calculated in this game. That will separate the men from the boys. You can't bark like a big dog when you pee like a puppy. Silvio, 2.5 million more to call. Has to call this all in. He's going to hate it and he's going to see the bad news, but there's 2.5 million more to call. Is a pay jump of about 600 quid. That is why he is stalling and has not called already. It was a 3-bet. I thought it was an all-in. My apologies. That makes sense. And there you have it, folks. Still 14 remaining as we are going to go on a short break. Just a 12-minute break, so stay tuned. More action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov in just a few moments. Back in a few.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. It can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King.
All right, guys. You guys picked up your phones. They need to go back down there. So if you have a mobile phone, everybody leave their phones down there, guys. Everyone, your phones, guys. Stop by them. I'll pick up.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the mini-main event. Final day of the World Series of Poker circuit event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Updated the chip counts is only one of our players is under the 10 big blind mark. Melher's Dorian, our chip leader at the table with 53 big blinds. That is, of course, for Christian Dalder. 14 players remaining. 5 eliminations away from the coveted final table, playing for a whopping €107,300 up top. You're edging closer to that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. As it stands, all players are guaranteed €5,253. Everyone even coming in 8th place and higher with guaranteed payout of a minimum of €10,000. Small blind is now 300k, big blind is now 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. Round to Lucas, ace-8 of clubs, 11 million, which is 18 big blinds now. Average stack, basically 12 million. It's good for 20 big blinds currently. Chamorro. 8 big blinds on the button, queen 9 offsuit. Great opportunity to steal the blinds and antes, does not. And as it stands, Spidey senses must have been tingling because Rashid Eliakubi, the Jeffries, 7 big blinds in the small blind for the pocket jacks. All in for the jacks, king 4. Hearts in the big blind. 4.7 million total. And the king 4 of hearts calling the big blind. 10 million in this pot, blind be blind. Werner will have 6.6 million left. If he loses this, he will have 16.6 million if he wins. For Rashid El Yacoubi, his jacks needing to hold for a 10 million pot, or he will be eliminated in 14th place. Flop is ace, 10, 3, 1 heart. Jacks looking good, 79%. King 4 needing help. Down to a king and a king only. We hit the river. River's the 9 of clubs, no good.
J'hésitais, mais je dis c'est bon. En plus, ceux-là, ils. Tu vois les valets, je t'ai dit, ils allaient les vendre ou pas tout à l'heure. C'est dégueulasse. Pour aller là. Et il avait pas, il avait 3-4 les mecs là. 3-4. Ouais, suité.
Big moment for Yacoubi. Dangerous player to be giving chips to at any point in the tournament, but surviving and giving him now 10 million he's playing. Not quite 20 big blinds, but that's a workable stack to say the least. Dorian Melchior. Ace king off suit. Thanks, just 6 big blinds. This is trouble, Christian, with the Jeffries. All in over the top, 33 million to go. That's not the effective stack, but he's all in irregardless. Sebastian getting out of the way was Jack 10 off suit. Rashid with this newfound gold after doubling up previous, getting out of the way. Werner out of the way with King 5 off suit, and Silvio getting out of the way very quickly with Ace Queen. Great fold from Silvio. Big moment for both players, 11 million in the middle. Flop, 8-7-8. Christian, 75% now for his Jeffries. Dorian's ace king needing help. See the turn. Turn is a heart. Dorian now with more outs. Still needing to hit them on this river, or he will be eliminated. The river is the king of spades. Dorian Melchior doubling up to 11 million. Big moment for this player. The two of our players at the table now that are quite accomplished in their own rights have both doubled up since we've got back from the break. Which means action as 14 players remain.
ça va pas me faire comme moi sur les strellas. J'ai la même main que toi, et j'ai la même turn que toi. Hein? Et j'ai pas fait roi river moi. Hein. Du coup, j'ai pas pu récupérer les 600 bricases qu'il y avait.
Earner number 10, Chamorro 8, every other player over the 10 big blinds. Jacoby with 16, Dorian 18, Lucas 18, Silvio 21, but way out in front playing a stack of 28 million now is Christian Dalder. Would have had even more had he just hold it there with his Jeffries. As I aforementioned, the average stack basically just 12 million at the moment, which is good for 20 big blinds currently. Go to Silvio and the small blind just calling an additional 300k with the Jack 9 offsuit. Lucas, King Jack offsuit in the big blind. Let's let it rip. See the flop. The flop is King Queen 4. Straight draw for Silvio. Top pair for Lucas. Lucas's hand very much disguised. Silvio wouldn't be expecting his opponent in the big blind to be checking back much hands that contain a king in them. Well, if I'm just Lucas, I would just be calling here. No need to raise. Got top pair. We've got a jack. There's a good kicker. Also a blocker. We're blocking Silvio having the straight draws we would want him to have in this situation. Current coming the 8 of clubs. Silvio with the decision. Depends what he thinks Lucas has. On a bet somewhere in the region of about 2.3 million. 2.2 is the bet. Lucas going nowhere, calling to 2.2 million on the turn. This pot is brewing now, 7.3 million as we hit the river. The river is the 4 of hearts. Silvio waving the white flag when the river is pairing here. Recognizing that he's been called on the flop, he's called on the turn. There's not much point in him betting the river. Interesting that Lucas decides to check back. I would personally try to get value from a queen in that exact situation. Rep something like a missed straight draw. Raise a 1.4 million from Christian. Six-4 diamonds completing in the big blind, flopping strong on 8-5 deuce 2 diamonds. Great spot for him to just check jam with a lot of this, with a lot of his equity. Look at 69% of it. But as it stands, it goes check, check, and now his hand's not as strong on the turn, but now he needs to start betting. Bet a size on this turn that will allow him to jam all in on the river, or at least make a huge bet. Betting 1.2 million. Christian, you would expect to call once here. See what our opponent does on the river, depending on what card comes out for sure. Dorian Milhair's very stoic in his pose, which is good to see. River coming the 8 of hearts. Now this is interesting, double pair board. Does Dorian think he can get his opponent to fold a hand like ace high, which is one of his most likely holdings here, the way the hand is played out? Check back the flop, call a small turn bet, and then on the river here, 6 million in the middle. Dorian's got to get his sizing correct here. He's got 7.8 million behind. Let's break this down. It's unlikely Dorian has a 2. He can have 8x, of course. He no longer has 5x in his hand, in my opinion. But Dorian is very polarized here. He's either got nuts or the air. I don't expect Christian to fold here after checking back the flop, calling small turn sizing, and now the overbet jam on the river from Dorian. It's over 25% of Christian's stack, so it is a very big moment here. 14 million already in the middle. 7.8 million for him to call. I think it's very unlikely that Dorian would have a deuce. Defending from an under the gun raise with a deuce in the big blind, it would have to be something like ace deuce suited. We kind of blocked that. We could have king deuce suited. Christian getting rid of it, not wanting to risk it. Big moment for the Frenchman there. Well played indeed. I think Christian knew he's going to be ahead there a lot of the time, just not wanting to risk 8 million of his 24 in this exact scenario, and I don't blame him. I don't think that we would just jam all in with a 5 on that river. Maybe if we expect ace high to call, that is what we would do. But when we overbet jam like this, we are repping exactly what we have. We've got nuts or air. I don't think we've got much 2x in our hands. Therefore, we are capped at having an 8 or a bluff. Meanwhile, back to the action. Burner going all in from the hijack with ace-8 offsuit here. Down to the button for Dorian, 22 big blinds. Like a 14 million. That's going to get the job done, and that will do. Take down another one. Morrow now, our short stack with 6 bigs. Burner 13, Silvio 15, Rashid 16, Lucas 24, Dorian 25, and out in front is Christian. Round to the button, ace 10 off suit, 24 million, 40 bigs, 1.2 million to go. Rashid Jacobi. Ace deuce off suit. 14 big blinds in the big blind. Rejammable hand here with the ace blocker. Does move all in from the big blind for 16 big blinds. And Christian not too often going to be raised folding ace 10 off suit for this stack size from the button. $8.3 million of his 23 million to call. Asking him, does he want a caller? Rashid saying yes. Christian, the moment getting to him perhaps. Big pickup for Rashid there. Christian not wanting to risk it. Happy with the stack that he's built for now. Still 14 players remaining. Rashid El Yakubi, ace 5 off suit, 11 million. He's got to feel like he's essentially free rolling after that last hand. Happy burner with an ace in the big blind. But it's ace deuce off suit. 14 remain. The pay jump. Never going to be that far ahead with ace deuce. Will be a chop a lot of the time against the exact hands, but big gamble to take with 14 left. An ace in the big blind when there's an all in the small blind. It's a good hand. Putting on his glasses to see over at the clock if anyone is bust. Rashid not showing his ace this time. I couldn't see. Did anyone see him the last time that he showed his ace deuce, or did he just muck? It looked like he turned his cards over, but I couldn't see properly. I think he just smoked. Yeah, I hope he did, because that would be the wise thing to do and not choke. I wasn't sure. Thank you for confirming that. I bet he's wondering how big of an ace his opponent raised folded on the button to his 15 big blind rejam. 10. 10 is the answer. Moro. All in, Jack 10. Spades, all in the fella for 3.5 million. It's just over 5, just under 6 big blinds. Pocket fours for Jacoby. Weighing up his options. The jam coming from the cutoff. Him and the button. On the button even. These small pairs are good to pick up, but we have players to worry about behind us. Just the small, the big blind. Decides to let it go. Burner now in the small. Burner will be going with this surely. All in and called. Burner with the ace-9. Chamorro with the jack-10 suited. 8.2 million in the middle. It's Burner having his opponent covered, but you can see just how strong of a hand ace-10 or jack-10 suited is. It's almost a fair fight here. 53% against 47. Not anymore. Burner flopping him pretty much dead. Runner. Turn coming to 6 of diamonds seals the deal. We lose a player. Sebastian Chamorro, 14th place. All players now guaranteed €5,874. Four players remain, so we hit that final table. Burner on the button, 11 million, 18 big blinds. Silvio over the top here. Burner calling 600k on the button, allowing the Jack 10 offsuit to shove just under 15 bigs, 14, nearly 14. Lucas going to fold 8-7 offsuit in the big blind, will probably be posturing. I don't think he's to worry about a pay jump, so this is a bit unwarranted. Burner will get out of the way. Silvio will take down nearly 2 million chips for nothing. It's just very unlikely Burner is going to be limping on a hand, or limping with a hand on the button here that's strong enough to call an all in. So therefore, Silvio has a mandatory all in the small blind with Jack 10 offsuit, in my opinion. Very unlucky if the big blind wakes up with a hand, and even more unlucky if Burner has a hand he decided to limp on the button and then call an all in with, which would have to be somewhere in the range of a pocket aces. And even at that, then, at least with our Jack 10, we've got nearly 25%. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop. You can dress like a king. Find out all the information about the King's Resort and the merchandise on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. Remaining, average stack just under 13 million. 1.5 million up for grabs, just for taking down the blinds and antes currently. Olivio asked what happened. Nemez, 22 million. Poker happens. Thomas Saxer saves the day. He played poker indeed. Rings and roundabouts in this game. Hold on to your chips for dear life. There can only be one winner. Meanwhile, Lucas raising from the button, Queen 5 of hearts. Dorian in the small, playing 25 big blinds. Moving all in. Of course, I'm only joking with you, Olivio, but yeah, there's been a lot of ups and downs for players at the table today. Nemez certainly no exception. Rashid El Yakubi with the two ladies under the gun. 21 big blinds. Great time to pick them up. Dorian with ace-9 of spades. There was a huge pot earlier, Mr. Livio, where his opponent on a 10-10 deuce board came runner to hit the straight. 5 diamonds hitting the river. He'd pocket sevens in position and called 3 streets for reasonable sizing. He was getting great odds, but it did cripple his stack. He lost about 40% of his stack at the time. Christian, 900k to call from the small blind. Looks like we're going to see action. Schnitzel, our man, back at the table. He wants to look for 600k more. 6 deuce of hearts, 4-way action, 5.4 million in the middle. That flop is king, 8, 3, 2 spades. Dorian, the nut flush draw. Yakubi will not like that there's a king on that board. 4s not flopping much or anything really. The 6 deuce obviously whiffing 2 spade. King high board. The queens of Yakubi. Still decent shape. Yakubi wants to bet here. See where he's at. Protect his hand. Now, how does Dorian want to play this? Just with a call, I would presume. Yes, he does indeed just call the 1.3 million. This pot's getting big, 8 million now. Heads up as we hit the turn. The turn giving him more help. Crack the queens. 38% now for the ace-9 of spades. Pair, the no flush draw, ace high. He's got to know that Yakubi is going to be strong enough betting into 3 players there. Now, Dorian most likely doesn't want to get blown off his hand. We'll just check back. I realise his equity, but does not. The 6 of diamonds rolls in. Dorian, with his pair of 9s, doesn't have any reason to turn his hand into a bluff. Scary enough with the king out there. Yakubi will scoop that one down. Up to 18 million. Dorian still paying 15 million. Blinds are up indeed. 400k is the small blind, 800k is the big blind with an 800k running big blind ante. Pocket queens for Lucas. Raised to 1.3 million. That will actually be 1.6 because it's the min raise. Unless the blinds are up next hand. Schnitzel in the small blind, king 10 off suit, playing about 12 bigs. Out of the way, and Yakubi be doing much with his 9-4 off suit. Dorian with the pocket fours, the hijack. There'll be no four-way chop, Stanley. No deals are allowed. We can bring you all the action live from the King's Resort. Keeps things interesting. Keeps me on my toes. Schnitzel on the button, Jack 8 off suit. Lets it go. Jacoby, A6 of diamonds in the small blind. He's got a genuine decision here. Does he want to call in the small and try to see a flop? Does he want to rejam open from the hijack? Could just fold. All options. Reliable. Does go for it all. 17 million is the bet. All in the fella. Dorian can't do anything there. Might have been best to just jam himself, but it is a lot of blinds at this table. We get an update of the chip counts. Christian out in the lead with 25, Jakubi 24, Lucas 17, Dorian 17, Schnitzel 12, Silvio 12, and our short stack at the table is Burner, but he still has over 10 big blinds. Lucas under the gun, 17 big blinds. 14 million. Or 3 of clubs in the big blind for Silvio. Balls to 900k more. Jack 5 is the flop. Silvio checking. Going for a bet of about 2.5 million or 3 million. It looks like 2.5. Gets the job done. That will do. Scoops that one. All these small pots add up, and they're very important to be taken down at this late stage, as we have 4 eliminations away from the final table. Johan, the main man, is back in town. Place wasn't the same without you, Johan. I was missing my sword. Hi, MJ. Hi, Thomas. Hi. Christian, Queen 10 off suit, 21 million. Under the gun +1. Under the gun +1 is now the low jack, which is important to note, as we get shorter handed before we reach the final table. Blinds and antes coming around fast and heavy to the players. They've got to make adjustments to stay alive. And of course, it's no harm to get lucky from time to time. We did lose a player from the feature table. It is skipping my brain who it was for 2 moments. We lost Ridair a while ago. I don't know if you were here for that. Couldn't get lucky. We gained a player in Schnitzel. He is not that long at the table. Tony TM is planning on being a regular on King's Resort next year. I wish you the best of luck, sir. A great goal to have. Silvio pocket 6 is on the button. 8 big blinds. Dorian in the big blind, ace-6 will call. Gonna get the bad news. He's dominated here, just 30%, 70% for the pocket sixes of Silvio. These are two of our best players at the table. Both very accomplished. Big turning point for both of these stars. Flop. Ace, ace, ace. Wow. It's all over just like that.
Oui, le 70-30 d'une vie. Ah, il a mis le dernier 6, hein. Il est droit au flop, il y a As-As. On voit qu'il a mis 6 de cœur, il va.
Dorian flopping the world there and then delivering the final blow that he didn't need. And was all in on the button. Call from the fella. Ace-6 of clubs against pocket sixes. Flopping 2 aces. We have our 13th place finisher. 12 remain. All players guaranteed €5,874. There will be a pay jump, about €750 there or thereabouts for the next elimination. Yes, Johan, I would have to agree with you about that. I struggled deeply with the last one. My voice was going towards the end. We got a large, strong coffee at 5 a.m. my time, which would be 6 a.m. in Rozvadov. That's seen me through to the finish line, just about. Schnitzel raising with the ace-jack off suit under the gun. I just slept then on the Monday for, I think, somewhere in the region of 12, 13, 14 hours. Nine, 8, 3 is the flop. Christian with the fives. Schnitzel with the ace-jack. One check, check, and the turn coming to deuce of spades. Christian deciding whether to bet this turn. Protect his hand. Or maybe get a bit of value from an ace-high type hand of Schnitzel. This is exactly what happens. Bet of 1.3 million and a call. 7.3 million in this pot now as we hit the river. We've had another elimination, which means there's 11 players remaining. River coming to 6 of clubs. If I'm Christian, I want to just try to get the showdown. Post check, check. Schnitzel will concede that one. So 11 players remaining, all players now guaranteed €6,613. There's 2 eliminations away from the final table. The average stack 15 million now. Little under 20 big blinds. Sony TM. Prague is only about an hour away. Prague is beautiful. Lost to see there. Back to the action here. Dorian on the button, playing over 20 million now. That's the King 4 offsuit go. Christian in the small blind, 10-6 of hearts, 24 million. Schnitzel getting a walk. The 8 deuce. Christian on the button, ace-4 of hearts this time. Playing just under 30 big blinds, stack of 24 million. Raised to 1.7 million from Christian. And SpaghettiOs, Jacoby waking up with the kings and kings in the big blind here. Now I know this might seem crazy because we're this close to the final table, but I really like flattening the big blind here. Three betting looks very strong. All in just seems like a bit too much. Try to get value. He is going for a raise. tune of about 5.5 million. 4.8. Action back on Christian. Like he's not folding his hand yet. $3.1 million more for him to call. Just get rid of it. Showing the kings.
When you say this next time, you just put the bet immediately. Don't wait like 10 seconds and after put the bet.
Being friendly.
Why? I'll tell you the trick.
Tu bet live.
Dorian raising to 1.6 million. Kobe being Jack in a small blind. Jack against the small blind here. Just decides to flick in the 1.2 million, try to see a flop. Burner behind, 800k for him to call. We'd have three-way action, just 800k to call into a pot of 4.8 million. MS is out. Yes, big height. Series of unfortunate events. Werner flicking it in. Three-way action. 5.6 million out there. Flop is king, 9 deuce. What a flop for Burner. Jacoby won't be able to get away from this. Dorian coming up short with his ace-5. Take a small stab at it. 1.1 million. Now, Jacoby's not going anywhere, but does he just want to move all in here? Just call. Just calling is the option. He goes for Burner is going to move all in. No other move for him. Dorian is going to fold. Jacoby's going to have to call it off. $19 million in this pot. Jacoby's been all over the place today, up and down, up and down. Werner with a serious opportunity to double up here, to have a stack of almost 20 million. Turn, the 4 of hearts. 6% now for Jacoby. The river, the 7. Big hit for Jacoby. He'll still have 14 million. Werner, more than a double up. Today's chip counts: Schnitzel 11 big blinds are short stack, Jacoby 17, Lucas 18, Dorian 22, Burner 24, and Dalder 27. The stacks have evened out. A fair fight at this table. Nearly all the stacks at this table within 10 big blinds of each other. Schnitzel on the bottom with 11. Christian raising with the 10-7 of spades in the hijack to 1.8 million. Schnitzel in the cutoff while playing 11 big blinds with King Jack of diamonds. A great opportunity for a rejam. Tries to get out of the way. Jacoby, ace-8 of diamonds in the cutoff. Werner on the button with King Jack off suit. Playing a stack of 23 million. It's out of the way. Schnitzel coming in for a raise off 11 big blinds under the gun with pocket fours. This is unconventional to say the least. Raising to 1.8 million, leaving himself with 7.2 behind. And Dorian picking up ace queen suited from the small blind. I'm not going to lie, this raise from Schnitzel looks really, really strong. I wouldn't even be feeling too confident with ace queen suited. We can see that he's raising with pocket fours, but his perceived range from under the gun, I know we're short-handed, but raising here and leaving himself with 9 big blinds behind is a very strong, tight range. Does move all in. Ace queen of hearts just going to be too strong. But he's not loving it. We have seen Schnitzel make a few raise folds previously at this table. Just with the 9-7 offsuit in the small blind. Falls to 400k. Schnitzel in the big blind playing 5.6 million now. Back 5 offsuit. Just checks. Up is king 5-7. 800k bet from Christian. 800k call from Schnitzel. Turn coming to 3 of clubs. Christian checking. Schnitzel eyeing up his options and his stack size. Something happening at an outer table. Check on the turn. River coming the 8 of diamonds. They're betting 1.6 million. Dorian, 20 million now. 9 of hearts in the cutoff. He's been very impressive for me today so far. I know he has got lucky at least 2, maybe 3 occasions, but the other pots I've seen him in, he's played very well, very patient, calm, calculated, and composed. Now Yakubi in the big blind, put off against big blind. Yakubi with a rejammable type of hand here in the King Jack offsuit. We'll just call and see a flop. As long as he's not folding. I see in the top right hand corner of the screen we have had another elimination, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the final table bubble. Flop coming Jack, 10, 9, 2 diamonds. Dorian checking behind with his pair of 9s, open ender. Yakubi, top pair. Expect him to bet on this turn. He decides to go check, check the river. Comes the ace of diamonds. Yakubi just hoping to get the showdown. Personally, would have liked to see Yakubi make a small bet on the turn, but perhaps was trying to induce a bluff or a bet from his opponent, which is fair enough. Once the river comes, the ace of diamonds, it's a terrible card. The flush comes in, the straight comes in, the ace where a better pair comes in. That is why you see that hand checked all the way down to the river. This is a huge moment for all players left in this tournament. It doesn't matter how many scores you've had in your life. It doesn't matter if you've had 0 or loads. Obviously, the more experience, the better. But the moment is still big. That is why you will see players taking a moment or two before they act. And that is more than acceptable. Not every single hand in poker can be entertaining, as you know. We bring you plenty of entertainment and action from the King's Resort. $4.4 million in the middle. Lucas, ace-3. Dorian, jack-9. This is not Omaha this weekend, though, Lightning Soul. You were watching No Limit Hold'em. 2 cards, not 4. Orient betting 800k. His kind of board. King Jack Deuce not favouring too well for the ace-3. Lucas, who we've seen mostly folding all day. Yeah, we just changed the rules there to make it more exciting, just as they play on an FT bubble for some of the biggest tournaments they'll ever play in their life. Round of each, why not? I think it's about time we have to take into consideration that these players are not just trying to get to the final table, they are 4 players away from securing a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Blinds are up. $500,000 small blind, big blind 1 million, 1 million big blind running ante. 10 players remaining. And it is all to play for. Round to Lucas in the small blind. 10 big blinds with the 10-7 off suit. Thank you for such kind words, Lightning Soul. Be sure to be checking out on the King's Resort website for the next time we will have Omaha. The commentary for the Omaha was so exciting. There was just non-stop action. And the man who won it, Laurie Veronin, was a sight to behold. Rarely seen him put a foot wrong all day. Dorian with the King Queen of Diamonds. Most likely just going to move all in or make a small raise. Interesting choice to just make it 1.7 million more and not just jam all in. Trying to get more value. Lucas won't be doing anything with his 10-7 offsuit. Also, if you're wondering why players are tanking now, difference between 10th and 9th. €1,287 is the pay jump.
Nee, bei mir ist alles klar. Hier liegt das. Aber er wünscht 16. Er wünscht 16 mit Glas.
Lucas on the button, 9.2 million, ace 10 offsuit. Raising to 2.1 million, interesting. Lucas taking down a pot, now playing 12 big blinds. Would have expected to see him just shove from the button. Wouldn't like getting jammed on. He might have been, yeah, raised folding with the ace 10 offsuit, genuinely. I guess we'll never know.
I call anyway, so I don't know. You don't
Schnitzel
know, sure.
taking down the blinds and antes.
Zet blend. Zet blend.
Dorian raising from the cutoff, Jack 8 of clubs, 2 million. Kobe with the Jack 7 of hearts. All from Jacoby. Both players playing 19 and 15 big blinds respectively. 5.5 million in the middle. King 7-3, Rainbow. Dorian with the initiative. Jacoby with the middle pair. Backdoor hearts. Jacoby, backdoor hearts might just call the million here. Other situations, without backdoor hearts, he might just go all in, take it down, not wanting a bad run out. Dorian with backdoor clubs. Interesting turn card coming up. This is the Queen of Diamonds. Dorian might want to bet again here to try get our opponent to fold a 7 or a 3. Not going to have much ace X. Jacoby would rejam that pre-flop a lot of the time. Dorian piecing this one together properly. I would want him to bet around 4.5 million. Goes for 5. I would have rather Jacoby check raised all in on the flop to stop something like this happening, to get barreled off our hand that is most likely good on the flop. Unless you are willing to call him down with 10 players remaining when there's 107,300 euro for first place. It is a way of just taking down the pot now and not risking us getting blown off our hands on turns and rivers. The problem for Jacoby, if he was to call here, his intuition is on point. If he's to call here, that means he's going to have to call on brick rivers. And then it's like, if he's going to fold the river, he's just going to waste 5 million of his 14 million stack now. Kobe having to let that one go. Dorian scooping that one. Playing out of his socks here, Dorian. Very nice move indeed. Just jamming all in, lightning soul on that flop with middle pair. We take down all the juice that's already in the pot. We're not risking folding on turn and river, and we just take it down there and then, unless our opponent has a king and we are really unlucky, in which case the cutoff against big blind. Jamming on the turn causes all sorts of problems. If we're called, we could even get called by diamonds, a queen, a king. Here's the update. Schnitzel playing 4 bigs. Lucas 9, Jacobi 15, Alder 22, and Dorian 25. Schnitzel in the cutoff, 4 big blinds, queen 6 of diamonds. It's all in. All in the fella. Dorian, 2 10s, snap call. 10 million in the middle, Schnitzel needing help, Dorian needing his 10s to hold, and we will be set for our final table. Right, the rails underway for Dorian. Milhers will be up to 31 million if he wins this hand. Schnitzel needing some diamonds or a queen. It's 2 diamonds. Nearly a point flip now, needing a queen or a diamond. Turn could be the jack of clubs, 74% for the 10s to hold, 26% for the queen, 6 of diamonds. Hit the river. 10 of diamonds, oh no! Thought he'd won for a moment, I think. It's full house for Dorian. Schnitzel, he held on strong, but in the end he couldn't do it. Our final table is set. That means we're going to have a short break to reconfigure things. You better not be going anywhere, because it's all happening here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We will crown a champion, the mini-main World Series of Poker circuit event tonight. Back in 20 minutes. We'll brew some coffee, feed the dog, whatever you got to do. We will be back in a few moments. Stay tuned.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. It can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final table of the mini main event of the World Series of Poker circuit events in the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Seat 1 we have Melher's Dorian. Seat 2 Cedric Jabi. Seat 3 Pepe. Seat 4 Happy Gamble Burner. Seat 5 Siari Narozny. Seat 6 Rashid El Yacobi. Seat 7 Lucas Ornajek. Seat 8 Christian Dalder. And Seat 9 Antonino Carmen. Just waiting for the action to get back underway. All players now guaranteed €7,900, and things are about to get sticky. You're going to cut the tension with a knife in the King's Resort, because they are all 3 eliminations away from securing a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. First prize tonight will take home €107,300. You see out in front with 32 million. Melher's playing really well. He's got lucky in a couple of spots, but that's what has to happen to win these events. He's been so clued in and focused at the table. He's been great to watch, and he is my pick of the litter here as we hit the final table. Granted, he is the chip leader by 10 million. But it is all to play for. No one too short, just one player under 10 big blinds. A lot of players in between that 15 to 25 big blind range that I always talk about. And yes, Dorian Melher's is out in front with 32 big blinds, but 1 or 2 little small pots can change all that very quickly. This is very, very close final table. There's no one running away here. Delighted to be bringing you this action. My name's Action Dan. I'm your host and commentator for this evening. We're just waiting for the final table to get underway. The small blind will be $500,000. The big blind $1 million, with $1 million running big blind ante. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Find out all the information about the merchandise store and indeed the King's Resort itself on the website www.kingsresort.com. This is going to be really strategically played. You're going to see a lot of tight play as players trying to creep in and guarantee themselves that 10 grand ticket.
Okay, don't move the stacks from where they are, please. Like, if it's just...
Players just about to take their seats. Just waiting for the action to get underway there. I was giving you all a little breather before the action gets underway. You'll be hearing enough of my voice throughout the evening until we crown a champion. Get your predictions out in the chat. Who is your favorite here at the table? Who do you want to see win? And now the action is officially underway. Final table, the mini main, where we will crown a champion for the sum of over 6 figures. Not over 6 figures, 6 figures, €107,300. I'm really interested to see what way this one plays out, because as I said, there's no one running away with it. Everyone has to be super careful until they've reached the final 6. It looks like we've action already. The first hand. Can you all hear me? Well, yes, nothing has changed. Should be perfect for you guys. Jacks for Lucas in the hijack, playing less than 10 big blinds. Happy gamble burner. Raising to 2 million, 9.2 over the top. And look at this action behind here. Ace King of diamonds for Dorian, asking for a count. Action, the first hand of the final table here, ladies and gentlemen. Background noise will calm down after a minute or two. Just should be fine now. This pot is going to be massive. $32 million all in for Dorian. He has the table covered. We can't afford to lose this hand. He'll be back down the middle of the pack. Big moment here for Lucas. Big moment here for Dorian. 22 million in the middle. Huge for both players. Get your predictions out in the chat. Who's going to win this one? Fair fight. Dorian has many scores. Apocalypse. I checked out his Hendon Mob earlier as homework on my break. No stranger. What's that, Ivan? How are you? We will see the flop. Jack, 3-3, and Lucas doubling up immediately. Wow.
Quite hungry guys now.
Lucas being unbelievably patient.
Nothing about to complain, guys.
Yes, he's won several events. That is why he's my pick of the litter at this final table. We are, of course, talking about Melhair's Dorian. Dorian Melhair's. Harry holding. Yakubi mulling it over the ace-4 offsuit and let that one go. Lucas, what a moment for him, 22 million now. Look, the Jeffreys are out on the second hand of the final table. Cedric Jabi moving all in for 11 million. And Pepe this time waking up with ace king. This is crazy. Ace king for Pepe. Jacks for Cedric. Two hands in a row, Jack against ace king. Who you got this time? Pepe or Cedric? Big moment for both of these players. 26 million in the middle. Cedric, the one at risk, but slightly ahead. The ace king needing help. The flop. King, queen, 8. The jacks being out-flopped here by the ace king of Pepe. And the turn, the 3 of spades. The river. 4 of clubs, which will eliminate Cedric in 9th place. Unlucky Cedric. Gotta win those flips. You get €7,900 for your efforts. All players now guaranteed €10,400, and we are 2 eliminations away from everyone else being guaranteed €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Now an update of the chip counts. Pepe, our chip leader with 30 blinds. Lucas 22, Dalder 22, Thierry 21, Dorian 21, Burner 18, Jacobi 14, and Carmen 14. Look how much this is evening out. 4 of our stacks in between 20 and 22 big blinds. 3 of our stacks in between 14 and 18. And our chip leader, just 8 big blinds more than the stack that's second with 22 bigs. This is going to be a very interesting final table. I expect this to be quite scrappy. Every pot mattering so much here. Let me know who you want to win in the chat. Who do you see taking this one down, folks? No way. The Jeffreys are out again. This time under the gun for Sahari. Narozny. This is unbelievable. Jacks 3 hands in a row. The raise to 2.2 million. The Jeffreys being the hand of this final table so far, and Pepe picking up another big hand, an ace queen of diamonds. This is insane action for the first 3 or 4 hands of the final table. So much action. Pepe rightly just calling in the small blind for 1.7 million more, which will bring along Happy Gamble Burner. Three ways to the flop, 7.6 million in the middle, 10, 5, 3, 2 clubs. Great flop for the Jacks. No one containing a club in their hand. Pepe just with ace high. Not a great flop for the King 9 either. Harry betting 2.7 million, and I'd say that's going to be the end of this hand. Pepe folding, Happy Gamble Burner getting out of the way. Real Rusty says he once had pocket deuces 3 times in a row in a live tourney. It was even the same suit every time. Well, what's more impressive is you've just seen it happen to kings, and obviously we use a shuffler card machine. It's a little bit different. Dorian Melhers, King 7 of diamonds. He would have been all the way up past 42 million had he held with his ace king of diamonds. But instead he's back down to 21, putting together a min raise 2 million. Pepe out the way. These 4 clubs folds, and Sahari out the way with his 9 high. Scooping up those blinds and antes now is more important than ever before. 2.5 million every time we can take it down uncontested. You do that a couple of times at this current state of affairs and you've added 10 million to your stack. You do the maths. The average stack now 20 million. Dalder, 2.2 million. Under gun +1, king 10 off suit. Jacoby, chance to flop a set here. Pocket fours. $13 million in his stack. You will see 3. The flop is king, deuce, deuce. Good flop for fours in general, but Christian has outflopped him with the toppest of pairs. Tinky Winky, yes, it is finally the final table time. 8 players remain. They're all guaranteed 5 figures. 2 eliminations away from them all being guaranteed. Extra €10,350 for the World Series of Poker Europe ticket. The pay jumps just get bigger and bigger from there. Our winner will take home over €100,000. 1.8 million from Christian. Problem for Jacoby here is if he calls on the flop, what's he hoping for on the turn? Hoping to get to showdown or hit a 4. Jacoby will call. 9.5 million in the middle. Turn coming the ace of hearts. Terrible card for Jacoby. The Christian is deciding to bet again. I'm not really sure what the purpose of this is. It's a perfect hand to just check back and try to get the showdown. Okay, the bet here, if we think a worse hand will call. When the ace hits the turn, there's 2 deuces out there. It's hard to see what we could get called by that'd be worse, only a king with an inferior kicker. Be looking to fold out a chop indeed. Pepe raising ace-8 of hearts to 2.1 million. Giari looking like he wants to do something here with 25 million with the Queen 10 of diamonds on the button. This is spicy given the dynamic. Lucas in the big blind with a massive hand here in ace queen of clubs, but there's a raise and a 3-bet in front of him. This tournament you are watching is coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. You're just tuning in, you're watching a €250 buy-in, generating a prize pool of well over €500,000. The winner tonight will take down €100,000. Just getting out of the way, the ace queen of clubs with that action in front of him. The 3-bet from Giari, taking that one down. Down to Antonino Carmen, ace queen off suit. Just jamming all in for 14 million. Taking down the blinds and antes. King 9 of diamonds for Dorian. Paying 24 million. Spicy min raise here into 7 players with the King 9 of diamonds. Jeffries are back again, this time for Christian. This is the 4th time we have seen jacks at this final table. Incredible. Kobe with the Jack 10 offsuit. In the hijack, less than 10 bigs. Choo, choo, choo. Last of his chips over the line, all in, 9.2 million. Carmen in the small blind, king queen off suit, playing 14 million. This is close for Carmen. Under normal circumstances, it would be a call. Given the dynamic here and what's at stake, he might just let it go. It is for most of his chips. He'd be left with 5 or 6 million if he was wrong. Not wrong if he was to lose. Antonino makes the good lay down, in my opinion. Dorian in the small blind here with king 8 off suit. Just calling. Pepe ace queen off suit. Just puts them all in. Pepe pocket 9s in the small blind. Blinds are officially up. Small blind 600k, big blind 1.2 million with a 1.2 million running big blind ante. He's just putting burner all in. Who will of course be mucking is 8 deuce. This is going to put additional pressure on the stacks around the table. The average stack will be dipping below 20 big blinds now. Okay, thank you for that, Johan. 16 big blinds is the average currently. You're going to see a lot of opens and rejams. You cannot just keep letting your stack get attacked by the blinds and antes. It will swallow you whole. And yes, we have to worry about that €10,000 ticket, but there is the small matter of the title and playing for 10 times that €10,000 ticket. That has to be taken into consideration also. This is the championship rounds. How bad do you want it? Carmen, ace 10 of hearts, 14 million. Antonino's turn to take the blinds and antes. Carmen, ace queen off suit, 17 million. Just seen him jam. Presume we'll see him do the same thing again. Pepe, ace jack, quickly letting it go. Knowing how strong Carmen's shoving range has to be when he's done it twice in a row from early position. Now, an update. Short stack, Yakubi, 7 bigs. Berner, 10. Lucas, 14. Dorian, 15. Carmen, 16. Diari, 22. Dalder, 24. And Pepe is out in front, but just by 3 big blinds, playing a stack of 33 million for 27 BB. Ace king off suit for Dorian. Dorian taking it down with the ace king off suit for the min raise. Keeps his stack afloat over the 20 million mark. Jacoby's turn to pick up ace king in the cut-off, 7 bigs, 8.7 million. He's sailing over the line momentarily. Up she flew, all in she goes, and he's going to get action because Lucas with pocket tens, 8.7 million to call on the button, facing a cut-off shove. Action. Carmen with ace jack behind, which is not good news for Jacoby. All in call, 20 million in the middle. Who you got? The pocket tens against the ace king. Pocket tens of Lucas slightly ahead, 56%. The ace king, 44%. Jacoby is at risk. Lucas could extend his chip count up to 28 million. Jacoby could be back to 20 or out the door. This is a huge moment in this tournament. The flop, ace, queen, 3. Jacoby with a great start. Sending the tens way behind, just 14% now. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. The river. Jacoby holding back to 20 million. Plenty of support on the roll or the rail for Jacoby. Lucas be shattered back down to 6 big blinds. That's the difference, ladies and gentlemen. You got to win your flips. Nothing either player can do, win, lose, or draw in that situation. You got to put it in. Lucas now, our short stack with 6, Burner with 10, Cameron 14, Jacoby now with 17 big blinds, Dorian 18, Tiari 22, Daller 22, and Pepe still in the lead with 27 big blinds. Christian raising to 2.6 million on the button. Dorian the Explorer, 1.4 million to call with the 6-3 of clubs. Will call 7 million in the middle. Christian with 10-5, 6-3. Dorian flop, ace-9 deuce, 2 clubs. Christian will of course be betting with 10-5 off here. Not hitting that board, but with the initiative and the betting lead. Pre-flop. Power of position. Dorian just gonna call. Important turn coming up, 11 million in the middle. The 5 of clubs rolling off. Dorian checking. Christian now with a pair of 5s, 10 high flush draw. Does not want to see a last club on the river. Another club does not come. Dorian is safe. Now how much does Dorian want to bet? Doesn't want to bet too much. No more than 6 million. Even 4.5, 5 seems fine by me. You could also go all in. Seen him do this, being super polar earlier over bet jamming the river. This is a bit of a different situation. He's got the goods this time. 6-4 diamonds he held the last time he over bet jammed the river. This time with the 6-3. Christian cannot call this, no. This is posturing. It's just Dorian has played his hand. Actually, the more I thought about it, I like a larger bet, but it's only because I could see the cards. I think over all in for 16 million is ambitious, but would get called by a 2 pair. It was a dangerous enough looking river for the buttons range. Therefore he decided he's either going to get max value here and get stacked, and stack a guy there with 2 pair, or get the full double up at the very least, instead of going for small hin value. So 16 million all in to a pot of 11 million was the bet. I don't know how much bluffs he really has in that spot though, when you break it down. Not much is my opinion.
7-4.
Dorian, the ladies, Jacoby, pocket sevens.
Like, this is the maximum that I can drink. It's a very big deal.
Yeah, I told you your call.
Who is the ring?
Dorian re-jamming. Jacoby won't be calling for his tournament of pocket sevens. These two launchmen battling it out throughout the day. Sure, they're very familiar with each other's games away from the table or on the table, but no friends at the table, especially a final table playing for over €100,000 and the title. Dorian going to be the chip leader once more. Pepe, small blind, 7-6 of clubs. Goes for it all. Put the hammer down. Average stack approaching 21 million. Ace 5 for Pepe. On the button, 27 big blinds, 33 million. Raised to 2.5 million. Diari calling 1.3 million more with 7-4 of clubs. See the flop, 6.8 million in the pot. Flop is king, 5 deuce, 1 club. Pair of 5s for Pepe. Back doors for Sahari, but not much for him with his 7 and his 4. Pepe will take that one down. Pepe now nearly hitting 40 million. Regains the chip lead. Diari, ace queen offsuit in the small, 22 million. All in for the 18 big blinds. Jacoby won't be calling with the queen 5 of diamonds. Played 100 hands today. So far, 8 remaining. The mini main World Series of Poker circuit event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We are running a special promotion just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. Get 10% off your order at King's Shop so you can dress like a king. You can find out all the information about that merchandise and indeed the King's Resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. All the time to pick up the pocket rockets. Dorian, aces. He will have to be happy just taking the blinds and antes on that one. Carmen under the gun, 1.2 million to go, 17 million in his stack. He's got 2 of these all-ins through already. That's the king queen off go. Christian getting a walk with the pocket fives, always nice. Get a walk. The final table, granted he did have small pair. Pulled around to Lucas, 4 big blinds on the button, king queen off suit. In she goes, up she flew, all in the fella. Christian out of the way. Carmen won't even be able to call 4 big blinds with 9 deuce off, I don't think. 4 million from the call. Great pick up for Lucas. Lucas all in again, this time with the ace-10 off suit. He will be getting action this time from Carmen with pocket 9s and the small blind action. All in the call. All in the fella, all in the other fella. 19 million in the middle here. Lucas at risk. Carmen needing his 2 9s to hold. 57% for the 2 9s, 43% for the ace-10 off suit. Big moment here for both players. The flop, 10 in the window, 10-3-3. Great, great start for Lucas. Turn, the ace of hearts. 9 and the 9 only. The river, 4 clubs. What a difference a flip makes. Lucas now 19 million, a big, big smile on his face, and you can't blame him. Carmen will now be left with 6.7 million.
to se mě nezbavíte už, jo. Pěkný.
Small blind for Dorian. Ace deuce. Who's calling? Pepe. Queen 8. Has opted to check. Somewhat friendly between the two. Won't be as friendly anymore. Queen 8 flopping 2 pair.
Top 2, what the heck? Easy game. When I have it, bad. When I don't have it, check. It's easy game.
Kings at Kings for Christian Dalder in the hijack. The Space Cowboys. Carmen, the last of his readies, which is 5 big blinds, might have to just go with this with ace-10 offsuit. Action. All in and a call. But I presume he won't be folding pocket kings anytime soon. The Space Cowboys going to be 74% favourite to knock out a player. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings though. Antonino Carmen 26% to beat the Kings with his ace-10 offsuit. 16 million in the middle.
Yes!
Christian needing a hold, Carmen needing an ace.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Up, Queen 7-5.
No.
Rainbow.
Yes!
And the turn, the 8 of spades. An ace and an ace only. He's going to be our 8th place finisher. Christian is going to win this 16 million pot to go to 15 million he already has. Antonino Carmen has been eliminated in 8th place. Very unlucky, sir. Good game. You would take home €10,400 for your efforts. Christian Dalder now stacking them to the top. He's on the heels of Pepe now. Just 6 million separate them. 3rd place for Dorian, 31 million. Ciari, 20 big blinds. Lucas, 15. Jacobi, 12. And Berner, 5. Aces for Jacobi. Raising to 2.5 million. Seven players remaining now. All players guaranteed €14,700. I can't believe the Rockets are out again. Werner out of the way. Queen Jack off suit for Ciari, calling the additional 1.3 million. Flop is King, Queen, 3. Ace of it for Ciari. Jacobi with the aces. Betting very small, 1.4 million, 8.2 million, almost 10 million in the middle as we hit the turn. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, third lady rolling off on the river. Jacobi going to get the bad news. Ciari betting 3.3 million. Ace is checking back on that turn. Not the greatest idea, in my opinion. I'm not being results orientated, but we want to get all of our chips in by the river. We want to bet 1.4, bet small on the turn. Set up a river jam. Werner with 5 big blinds, Jacobi with 6, Lucas 15, Dorian 26, Dalder 26, Ciari 27, and Pepe 31. So all top 4 at this table are very closely bunched. Lucas 10 big blinds separating the top 4, and then we've got 2 short stacks rounding out the table. Average stack, basically 20 big blinds. 23.99 million. I like rounding up, not down. And here's 8-7 of spades from early position, but early position is now 7-handed, so not so early anymore. Lucas calling. Not sure, the graphics are failing me momentarily. Hold on as it catches up. Flop is king, 9-8. 8-7 of spades, plays. Things have gone wild. Lucas defending with 9-7 offsuit, flopping a piece of it here with second pair, albeit a 7 kicker. Mel Harris just betting 1.2 million. Lucas surely going to have to call this for this sizing. Letting it go, knowing he's going to be faced with more barrels, most likely. Yes, our 9th place finisher was Cedric Jabi. 8th place finisher, Antonino Carmen. And our next elimination will not receive €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We will take home €14,700 as a consolation prize. $3.2 million is the raise from Dorian. Jacoby on the button playing 3 big blinds. I think he can find a better spot than this, but fold equity is not his strong point. Playing a stack of under 5 million at the moment. Maybe he just wants to go with it here, knowing that Dorian will be raising light enough, considering the magnitude of this bubble that they are playing. I've played poker professionally for 15 years, give or take, and I am not too comfortable with knowing what to do when there is a €10,000 bubble at stake. I would have to get my calculator out for certain situations. It is not a dynamic that most players are usually in. And if they are in that dynamic, they are playing solely for the ticket or solely for this huge money up top, not both together. Christian. He's finding his balls on this one, putting together a 3-bet to 7.6 million, knowing Dorian needs to have an extremely strong hand to go over the top here. He's sick of Dorian taking advantage of this situation, and therefore he's putting a stop to it by making an additional 4.4 million to go. Dorian knows that this is stinking, but do you really want to risk me wrong going over the top here? Christian. He does! He finds the all-in. This is the first time I've seen Christian 3-bet light from the big blind. He's picked the right candidate of hand to do it with. And I had a feeling it seemed like Dorian's body language was indicating he was not ready to fold. He does say, you know what, if you had a stronger hand, you would just put it all in. You're not going to risk me going over the top. And therefore, he's found the all-in jam. Savage stuff from Dorian. Nothing Dalder can do here. He also might have some form of a live tell. Christian not wanting Dorian to know how light he's after 3-betting him for future game, making it look like he made a way bigger fold than he did. Hats off to both players there. Dorian's beautiful 4-bet jam there. The confidence and momentum he will gain from jamming all in there and taking that pot down is huge. He is the man to beat at this table now. He was from the get-go, but he really is now. This could be Jacoby's moment. I don't see him folding a pair with two big blinds in the hijack. Deuces are going to have to be kind to him here. He's got no fold equity. Pretty much none anyway. And look at Dorian's stack now. Approaching 50 million, 46 million. Difference in him jamming that ace-6 of hearts and folding is huge.
You will let me alone. Absolutely.
Pepe just having to call two big blinds more.
I have to call. I really tried.
He folds. He folds. Jacoby gets a virtual double up without having
No.
to risk
Yeah, of course I lost because I fall.
being called. That is a huge result for Jacoby.
Correct, le folle. Correct, le folle bouge jamais.
Oh, you can cut the tension with a knife there. The atmosphere is electric. Nobody wanting to come out, go out in 7th position after playing for 3 long, hard days. Adrenaline on such a high. Dorian can put all the pressure on the table now. But obviously still has to be careful. Doesn't want to take a hit to his stack, but adding to it, all the sweeter. Jacoby posturing here, not going to move all in with 8-7 off suit, I wouldn't think. Blinds and antes are about to hit him. But he does still have 8.7 million. We'll have to post over half of that between his blinds and antes in a moment's time. Let's it go. Lucas, 9 big blinds, pocket 9s. He's got to shove this one. It's just too strong of a hand. Just the min raise, leaving himself with 11 million behind is interesting. don't really want to be giving players an opportunity to see a flop, especially this man Dorian is playing 50 million now. He could just move all in knowing that Lucas can't call with a hand even as strong as nines. But he doesn't have to risk it on this occasion. Gary mucking is 5-3 of clubs. Dorian jack 10 off suit can put that to work for sure. From the hijack. All about the war of attrition till that bubble is burst. He's got them right where he needs them. Burner as well. Ace, 8 of hearts. This is becoming really interesting. Burner with 3 bigs, knowing he's trying to outweight Jacoby. And if Jacoby see Burner go all in, it will be music to his ears. Unless he picked up a monster. Does fold the ace 8 of hearts. Jacoby with the king 9. He's just paying 5.5 million. Folds the king 9. Dorian takes the blinds and antes. I honestly don't know what he should have done with ace 8 of hearts there. It's as good a hand as any to get in there with 3 big blinds against Dorian's open. But there's the small matter of the €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. If he thinks Jacoby was going to stack off his blinds and antes out there, then of course he should fold. Had it been another player in the blinds, I think we would have seen him maybe go with the ace 8 of hearts. Christian raising here, which is dangerous territory here with 18 million behind. Queen 10 of spades. Tell you what, this man is just, he's so tuned in. And under the gun race, he's 3-betting under the gun 1 with a6 offsuit. He just knows. If Christian had a huge hand, he would most likely just go all in here. With 2 really short stacks. And that's why I think it was dangerous territory for him to even open the Queen 10 of spades. This man is becoming a force to be reckoned with, and the stack to back it up. Burner over the line, 5.1 million. Ace jack offsuit. Elder. All in the call. All in the fella, all in the other fella. 13 million in the middle. Ace jack offsuit against Christian Dalder's ace 7 of diamonds. Burner ahead. Happy to get called by an inferior ace for sure. 32% of the time Dalder will suck out on the ace jack, however. 68% for the ace jack as we see the flop, which is 8-9 deuce. 18% now for the ace 7 of diamonds. The ace jack in commanding lead. The turn is the 10 of diamonds. And the river, Queen of spades. Burner loving himself for not going all in with the ace 8 of hearts now. 13 million is his stack. That is not music to Jacoby's ears. Jacoby. This guy is a character. Jacoby, 2 big blinds now. Dalder, 5 more than him, and Burner with 7 also. Lucas with 9. And then Ciari, a bit of distance there, 8 big blinds in the difference. Pepe, 20, and then nearly double Pepe's stack out. 61 million. Dorian really commanding this final table. He doubled up. Indeed. That's Star Lord. He's still in with 7 big blinds now. Lucas on the button, ace 9 offsuit with 9 big blinds. This could be a spot where He could go all in for sure. His hand is good enough, but I'm not sure where Jacoby is in relation to the blinds, but he just has two big blinds. Lucas is saying his hand is too strong. Don't blame him. Take the blinds and antes, add them to your stack. We can't just be thinking about the ticket. There is way more money at stake here. Jacoby all in from the hijack, ace-4 off suit. Lucas getting out of the way with a better ace, ace-5. It's around to the big blind. Pepe. And Jacoby might get called here and be dominating Pepe's big blind range, or big blind calling hand with 5-4 off suit. Unbelievable scenes here at the King's Resort. Are you not entertained? If I'm Pepe though, I'm flicking this in. Gotta have 2 live cards is what I would be thinking. And he folds. Jacoby doubling up without showdown for a second time. Might as well be a double up, taking the blinds and antes at this stage. Jack off suit for Ciari. If I'm opening at this table, you've got to be so aware Dorian can just put all the pressure in the world back on you. You're raising into 6 players there with the King Jack off 15 big blinds. Lucas in the hijack going to have to let go a better hand, but this is the power of raising from early position, getting a better hand. Fold. Can't be letting the blinds and antes just keep hitting us, as I keep mentioning. Dorian. I thought he was thinking of doing something at 8-7 there, but thinks better of it. Jacoby letting his jack nine offsuit go with knowing the blinds are about to hit him. Christian ace queen offsuit. 11 million playing 6 big blinds is going to move it all in. Jacoby having to let his 8-6 offsuit go. The blind and ante's hitting him for nearly half his stack. 5.5 million remaining in the stack now. Dorian going for the open here, king 3. Pepe from the hijack's going to be forced to fold his ace-jack offsuit. And for Dorian, unless he was to make a blunder after blunder, he's pretty much got his 10k ticket in the bag, and I have been informed that he already has a 10k ticket from last month. So he's got to be thinking future game here, and that's what you're going to see him pounding on this table. The longer this bubble for the ticket goes on, the better it is for Dorian. It'll be very, very difficult to stop him winning the title then. But always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Shy baby don't get no sweets, and he certainly hasn't been shy. For Jacoby, he needs to just keep breathing and believing. Lucas, Jack 3 of clubs. 14 million, 9 blinds in the small. Let's it go into Christian's ace 4. Yari raising in the hijack with the ace 4 of spades, and Dorian's big blind with 7-5 offsuit, 2 live cards. 1.7 million for him to call. He can kind of afford to do what he wants here. Is a nice unsuited connectors to see a flop with for this price. Goes complete, and the flop is Jack, 8, deuce, 2 clubs. Goes check, check quickly, and the turn is a 7 of diamonds. 9 million in the middle. Does Dorian want to protect his hand or just check again? He does check again. Yari quickly checking behind, hoping to get the showdown the board, not one that's favouring ace 4. Now Dorian, does he want to go for a small value blocker-ish type bet, or is he just willing to check it down? Small blocker-ish bet it is, somewhere around 2.5 million is what I would go for. Goes for 3, perfect. 1/3. Might get called by ace high. Does get called by ace high. 12 million pot in the direction of guess who? Dorian the Explorer. Is now up to 72 million. He is becoming the runaway bride. That's a lot of pink chips.
Now it's your man. Third time in the row. Maybe 3 times. No, I said third time in the row. Like Shialabu. Do it!
Werner, blind's about to hit him now. 8.6 million in his stack, and he'll be posting 4 million of that through the blinds and antes.
I'm very sad.
Christian on the button, 9 big blinds, queen 10 of clubs. Good opportunity for him to add 4 million to his stack, but it depends who's in the. Oh wait, it's Dorian, not really wanting to jam all into a guy who can afford to call you if he did have a hand. Dorian asking how much the big blind has, which is Pepe. A lot less than you, says Pepe. Ball in is the bet.
Okay. Kings or aces, I don't know. That's everything what I can.
Pocket fives for Pepe.
For you it was easier.
Can't call with the pocket fives in this situation. Dorian now 75 million.
So, you know, I can call just 3. You know it, of course. You know it, of course, but still.
Jacoby all in for his last 4.7 million. We've seen this situation before. He's around to the small. Pepe folding. Uh-oh, Burner going to be calling here. Pocket 10s against the 9-7 of clubs for Jacoby. Jacoby could be out in 7th place unless he gets really lucky. 20% chance, 80% chance that the 10s will hold and the bubble will be burst for the €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. 12 million in the middle.
All is possible. All is possible.
We will see the flop. It's King, Queen, 4, 1 club. 8% now for the 9-7 of clubs of Jacoby. The turn, sealing the deal, the 8 of spades. Great game for the Frenchman. Well played, Jacoby. Very unlucky to not get the ticket. Enjoyed watching you play thoroughly today and yesterday, sir. Take home €14,700 for your efforts. We are down to the final 6. And now it's a whole different ball game. All players now guaranteed €19,200. 6 remain, all battling it out for that first prize of €107,300. Title of the World Series of Poker Mini Main Circuit Champion. Let's see how the stacks are faring out to play against man of the hour, Dorian. A lot of shoving stacks left between the 5 players. The average stack is a little over 24 million. Dorian playing 3 times that. Lucas with pocket 8s under the gun. Raising the 3.5 million instead of shoving. We get everyone to fold. Same result. Sorry, the average stack is just hitting 28 million, but the blinds have just gone up. 1 million is the small blind, 2 million is the big blind, with a 2 million running big blind ante. This level will sort the men out from the boys. Jack 9 of spades in the hijack for Dorian. And all in is the bet from the hijack. 26 million folds, 13 million folds, 18 million folds, and 14 million folds. So now we have an idea of how these chips are faring out. A lot of players playing 10 big blinds and below now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I really feel like it's just a matter of pressure and time for Dorian here. He's creating diamonds. Burner, 6 bigs, pocket 9s in the cutoff. All in for 13 million is the bet. No one has anything. He will scoop 5 million now, just taking down the blinds and antes. Burner, hijack, king jack off suit, 9 big blinds. Letting it go. Lucas, 9-7 of clubs on the button. 13 million all in. Christian in the small action, just with 10 million. He is all in. All in the call. Big moment for both players. 26 million in the middle. Fair fight. The 9-7 of clubs, 47%. The ace jack off suit, the 53% of Christian, 47% for Lucas. Flop is 7-6 for Lucas. out flopping the ace-jack. Turn is the 5 of clubs. The ace-jack needing help on this river. Lucas will double up to 26 million. This is the king of diamonds. Christian has been eliminated in 6th place. Lucas now playing 28 million with 14 big blinds. Good game for Christian Dalder. Unlucky to come 6th. He had a lot of chips. He will take home 19,200 euro for his efforts, and of course the 10,350 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So 5 remain. All players now guaranteed 24,000 euro. He's jack for burner. Holding. Seems. Don't believe that that was correct, but maybe it was. Ciari, pocket ace moving all in for 18 million. No one having anything to 5 million will go to Ciari. All the players standing up like they were getting a break, but I don't believe they will be getting a break until this level is completed. Long bubble play for them, 2 full levels it seemed like. Well, over an hour anyway. Average stack now 33.5 million, which is good for 17 big blinds, give or take. Small blind for burner, A7 of clubs, 13 million in his stack. Be sure to check out Kings Resort official TikTok page. Go to TikTok, type in Kings Resort official. Find out loads. You will find loads of new videos about the resort and the events happening. And all things Kings Resort official. The Ari all in from the small with ace 10 off will take the blinds and antes from Pepe's Jack Deuce off suit. Lucas in the small blind, king queen off suit. 3 million. Raising to 4.5. Dorian with the same hand, but it's in hearts. Will most likely jam all in. Could opt to see a flop with such a strong holding. The raise all in. If Lucas is going to deliberate and think about this and then call it off, he would have just been better off shoving all in the small blind himself, especially into a beast of a man like Dorian, playing a stack of over 70 million. That's exactly what he does do. We'll see he's up against the same hand. Dorian with a bit of a free roll with the suited hearts, although clubs and diamonds both working for Lucas if he hits enough of them. Nearly all the time this will be going to a Splitsville. Jack 9-7 is the flop. 50-50 down the middle. There you have it, folks. No player over 13 bigs apart from Dorian playing 37. He doesn't want to double up any of these players though, because then he's back in the middle of the pack. 8 in the scraps, fighting for the gold. If he just maintains where he's at, get 1 or 2 eliminations and push his chip lead further, he is going to be unstoppable in my opinion. Ace Jack for Sahari. It's all in for 27 million. Everyone folding. Hello, Mort. You are just in time. 5 remaining, playing for serious dollar. Or in this case, euro. 107,300 euro for the champion. Dorian with 37 big blinds. No other player at the table remaining with more than 15. So he's got a commanding chip lead. He needs to maintain it and stay composed. Jacoby came in 8th place. It was Christian Dalder who came in 6th. It was Jacoby who came in 7th and bubbled the 10,000 euro ticket. Lucas with the Jack 8 of diamonds lets that one go. Dorian in the cutoff, King Deuce off suit, lets that one go. Pepe, PP. Werner shoving his King 10 of clubs. Yari letting his Jack 4 off suit go. You've missed a fun day, Mort, I'm not going to lie. You know, very fun FT so far, but the bubble play and the blinds going up kind of stalled things, as is tradition when they're playing for a 10,000 euro ticket. You're all fighting for all the blinds and antes. Dorian way out in the lead currently. Dorian with the ace. Important now, we're 5-handed. Under the gun is now the hijack. Been raised for Dorian. Burner on the button, ace 9 off suit. Giving the rest of the table a creepy look. He could shove over the top here, knowing that Dorian is open super wide, but depends. I think it's a good spot. Lets it go. Yari letting his Queen Jack off go, and Lucas with the 9-8. And we can see that the all-in would have worked for the ace 9. Lucas calling with the 9-8 to see a flop for 2 million more. Can't blame him. 11 million in the middle. 9-5-4, 2 hearts is the flop. Great flop for Lucas. Not much happening for Dorian. There's ace high. Checks back. Turn goes 4 diamonds. Lucas now pieces together a bet with his top pair. 8 kicker. Dorian concedes. Okay though, he's still paying a stack of 69 million. Pepe, 4.1 million, ace-9 off suit. Turner under the gun, ace-6 off suit. Maybe we should just call him Happy, although it's a bit late in the day to be changing the names of what I call people. He's going for it.
Okay, my friend, I will check it.
King Queen of clubs. Great hand for Pepe. He folds. Great hand to gamble with there. The King Queen of clubs, but the way these stacks are, one really wants to bust before the other. Happy takes the blinds and antes. Diari folding the ace-4 of spades. 13 big blinds. Lucas raising to 4 million. The Queen 10 off suit. Dorian, King Queen off suit. Puts the hammer down, it's time for action. Lucas lets it go. Pepe raised to 4.1 million with the 8-7 offsuit. Happy mulling something over with Queen 7 offsuit.
We were speaking in Czech, but he was asking about which scene where he can make
Dorian with a real hand this time, pocket tens.
That's all.
But it's gonna be something about game or place. I would say that or if it's something you need to see here.
It's 5 off suit for Lucas. The call. We'll see a flop. Flop is ace-5-3. Not ideal for Dorian. Just one over card to his tens, but it's a bad one because it connected with Lucas. Bet at 2 million in the call, 15 million in this pot now. Turn coming to Queen of Diamonds. Dorian calling. 24 million in the middle now as we will see the river. River, the king of spades. All of a sudden, Lucas's two pair on that run out are not looking amazing. But obviously, we've too much invested and we want to get called by worse, so we're going to move all in for 13 million. Hard to see what bluffs Lucas would have. And let's call a spade a spade. He hasn't been one to be bluffing throughout the day, especially at this final table. And he's called. Big enough slip up here for Dorian. Lost over 20 million in this pot. Huge moment for Lucas. He can't contain the excitement. Big smile on his face, and rightly so. Was just 6.5 big blinds more from the call on the river. I just don't know how much hands he's beating. Hard to see Lucas running a bluff there. So a slip up for Dorian, puts him back down at 50 million. Couple of straight draws missed for sure, but the way that played out, Lucas looked pretty strong in my opinion. But guys, you could be the best player in the world. If decision fatigue sets in, you can only make so many good decisions in one day. These players have been playing for 3 long, hard days. It's impossible to play every hand correctly. A different story when you were sitting in that seat. Was only beating a bluff. Probably added a few more levels to the end of this stream for sure. But sure, we love it here. We love the action at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Seat belts and airbags. I'll be sure to get a small coffee or maybe even a large one on my break. Keep this stream lit. We'll have a break coming up soon enough, but it will be a short one. We'll be back to it. We will stay until the job's done, until we crown a champion tonight. Meanwhile, Lucas raising on the button. Ace-7. Pepe fold. And Lucas will be a tough man to get chips off from the way we've seen him play. Pepe, small blind, Jack 8 off suit.
No, still the threat. You have still the same.
Happy to get a walk there. Take the blinds and antes. Queen of clubs for Lucas. Raise and take it. Ace Jack for Lucas, taking that one down also. Updated the chip counts. Yari, our short stack with 8, Happy with 9, Pepe with 10, Dorian now with 24. With only 5 big blinds, the chip leader. Lucas, it's all to play for here. We will crown a champion tonight. Dorian betting 6 million here. Seven high. Lucas to fold. Can scoop that one.
I was expecting you to raise it. If you raised, I would show you. Raise.
Dorian moving all in. Pepe. A very strong hand to get blind v blind, especially a5 of spades. Hello, who are you, Donkey? Thanks for tuning in. Just in time. Come on in, the water's lovely. 5 remain. Dorian all in the small blind. Pepe calling in the big blind. Action. Over 40 million chips in this pot. It's a fairish fight. 7% favourite is the ace-5 of spades against Dorian's king-jack offsuit. Huge moment for both players in this tournament. Peter Dorian's going to have huge chip advantage once more. Pepe is going to begin contention with over 40 million chips. Jack, 6, 3, 2 spades. Something for everyone here. Oh, the tension. Dorian ahead, but needs to fade. He fades on the turn. Very good card. 74% for the king jack. As we hit the river, it's the queen of hearts. Pepe is being eliminated. Dorian has a huge chip advantage once more. Well played to Pepe. €24,000 and 10,000 on top with regards to the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We are four-handed. Dorian can breathe a sigh of relief. Always golden, rarely folding. We'll take down that one. Four-handed now, all players guaranteed a cool €30,000. We will have a 10-minute break after this hand. Raised 4.5 million from Lucas. Dorian on the button, ace-9 off suit. 73 million in his stack. Dorian can really just put the hammer down here. Might opt to see a flop, but not really that likely. Rebet incoming. Somewhere around the 12 to 13 million mark is what I would go for. $12 million is the bet. Lucas going to have to concede this one. Let's let it go. That means we are going to be on a short break. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We will be back to crown a champion tonight, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
If everyone agrees, but that's the only way.
Okay, but
When they-
no, he's gone. There he's gone. There's one.
when they come back, we'll talk about it.
All right.
We're getting close to the end.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I can be.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall.
Okay, now it's my turn because I'm still managing with the first place.
Alrighty, we are back. 6 big blinds for our last 2 players at the table. Dorian with 32 and Lucas with 20. Playing for serious sums of cash and the title of the Mini Main World Series of Poker Circuit Event Champion. All players guaranteed €30,000. Third place getting just under €42,000. Second place €60,200, and the winner will receive €107,300. All players have locked up a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket worth €10,350. You are watching all of this live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Waiting for the action to get back underway. Small blind is 1.25 million. Big blind 2.5 million, with a 2.5 million running big blind ante. Lucas raising and taking it. Dorian playing 82 million. Happy 14. 11 for Ciari. Amazing. 5 big blind jam is going to get through here with 10-9 off suit. 8-3, not going to be calling this one. We're playing for serious pay jumps here. can't care about the pay jumps as much as they must care about going all in to stay alive if they are short, which two players are most certainly. Lucas can afford a little bit more of the blinds eating him alive than the shortest two stacks. Dorian out in front, playing 82 million. Average stack 42 million. Just 16 big blinds. There or thereabouts, give or take. Dorian in the small blind, 6 deuce of clubs. There's a walk to Happy. Happy looks happy. Ace jack of diamonds. Maybe not so happy with it. Liked an all in. The call really. To get something going, got to keep on moving. Blinds and antes, massive. 6.5 million. Four-handed, you know, you're already playing in from the cutoff. Free hand. Happy in the small, 6-4 of hearts. I'm gonna ask how much ante. Lots of antes, few uncles out there. I know, 2.5 million is the big blind. 2.5 million is the big blind ante. And the small blind is 1.25 million. Every round you're posting over 6 million. Trees for Happy, all in 14 million. Base Cowboys for Ciari. Pocket Kings at Kings, all in and call action. 33 million in the middle. All in the fella, all in the other fella. Trees 19% to crack the 81% of the Kings. Happy's in trouble if he can't spike something big here. And he does spike something big. 3 on the flop. Always a surprise around the corner of Kings. Flopping a set, the turn coming to 10 of spades. And the Kings needing a king and a king only. Or Happy will be ecstatic with a double up. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. Happy who scooped his pot of 33 million. Ciari will be left with less than 2 big blinds. Two valid points made in the Twitch chat that it's my fault for jinxing the Kings. Yeah. Well, I will tell you one thing. Who are you, donkey? It is bad luck to be superstitious. The second thing is, if his first name is Happy, his second name should be Gilmore. I couldn't agree more. Ever a truer word spoken. But as it stands, Ciari, one big blind. Happy gamble, Werner, 13 big blinds. Lucas 18, and out in front, of course, the Frenchman. Say playing kings at the Kings Casino doesn't work. You give me kings every single hand in that casino, I will make them work. How's about that? The King of Hearts is my favorite card in the deck. The Spanish suicidal king who was betrayed by the Queen. Gary all in with the King 4, Dorian with the 8 deuce. Ace Jack 5 is the flop. Dorian needing big help here against the King 4. Need an 8 or a deuce to turn. No good. Looks like Ciari is going to survive. Survive he does. 9.7 million. He's got 4 Justin Biebers now. 4 big blinds. 1 chair. Is Happy celebrating with a banana. We get that slow release of energy through potassium at this hour. Why not? Very strategical move on his part. Time for drinking. That comes later. Now is not the time to panic. Dorian calling. The ace king, Happy checking back with queen 10. Flop 8, 7, 6, 2 clubs. Not a good flop for the ace king. Good shot for Happy. One card, 6 of diamonds. Check from Dorian. This one going to get checked down, and Happy would have took that one down with a bet. That's a slip up for Happy there, and an opportunity to take that away from his opponent. blocking straights, only having queen high. Those opportunities to steal 15 million pots don't come around too often. I didn't know I was that good at commentating that you can somehow be listening to this and not be watching it. Let's not start our ceremony here. Dorian, ace king, off suit on the button, 85 million. All in the fella. Happy folding. Diari won't be calling with Jack 9 off suit, although, sorry, now I see it, one big blind behind, he probably will. And somehow folding. Folding and leaving himself with 5 million. For some reason I thought he had more. Cash flow is indeed out. Cash flow did not even make the final table. I think he came 13th or 12th if I recall correctly. Dorian, ace jack this time, fast approaching 100 million, 91 million currently. Yes, thank you, Johan the man. I am Action Dan. Catch me if you can. Diari now in the small blind after posting even more. Is he going to make a move here? He is. At least he'll have 2 live cards, although Lucas has one of the kings remaining in the deck. So personally, I feel like he would have been better off stacking off with the hand that he had previous to Jack 9. Plays better. Golden opportunity for them to stick in this 4.7 million he is now putting in the small blind, giving the opportunity to big blind to call. Also, granted, in this particular situation, Diari has the better hand than the king deuce, but you don't really want your opponent having one of your blockers. One of the cards that you hold is what I meant to say. It's been a long day. The flop, 10-8-4, rainbow. No help to the king deuce, no help to the king tree. Dorian, does he want to bet or check this one? He can do both. Probably just going to take it down with a bet. There's enough out there. Lucas with 38 million behind, 17 million in the pot. I bet something like 5, 6, 6.5 million maybe. Went for, that wasn't 15 million, that was half, would it be 7.5 million. Diari needing a king or a tree, or he will be our 4th place finisher. Yeah, no begging in the Twitch chat, we don't need no begging at this hour. begging you for mercy. The river is the tree. He doubles up to 17 million. Dorian done everything right there. Just couldn't fade the river. Lucas in the small blind, Queen Jack off suit, 1.3 million for him to call. Could just jam this one, would be a lot, not really. 14 big blinds. He decides to just min raise, or it looks like it's a call. Now Dorian probably just going to move all in with the ace-6 off suit. All players are indeed guaranteed a minimum of €30,000, and they've all secured that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Dorian, ace-king off suit. Won't be going anywhere here. Ciari all in, under the gun with ace-3 off suit. Yes, you are watching all this action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Find out all the information about the resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. Oh my word, back to the action. The Jeffries here for Happy. An all-in and an all-in behind him. 19 million to call. I know there's two all-ins in front of him, and he can just fold and make a page jump, but Jacks is just too strong of a hand here, in my opinion. We only have 7 to 8 big blinds ourselves. What a golden opportunity to triple up. There is huge, huge money at stake in this hand. Yes, Happy, you showed them. I would have been very disappointed. I would have made me very sad if Happy had folded the Jeffries there. Jeffries being the hand of the day at the King's Resort. It is the Jacks against the Ace-King, against the Ace-3, 61 million. Action, all in the fella, all in the fella, all in the other fella. If Dorian can hit an ace or a king here, it will eliminate 2 players. Flop, 7-6-3. Wow, 3 for Ciari. The rail goes mad. The turn is the 5 of diamonds. got his money in the great situation. Wow, what a hand. Dorian with his pink mountains in front of him. He's actually living in the clouds right now. 51 big blinds, a stack of 130 million will play 36 million heads up. What a hand. Whew, to recompose after that one, knocking out two players. Securing Lucas a minimum of 60,000 euro in the process, an extra 20,000 euro. But he's like, hey buddy, don't bother, I'll knock two lads out for you one hand and we'll go heads up. You net another, oh, just 20,000 euro for doing nothing. Now we go heads up. Playing for the title. It's okay, he's got a 5-1 chip lead, but it's all right, I got you an extra 20,000 euro. Well, now Lucas guaranteed 60,200. But it's going to be very hard to beat this man the way he's been running, the way he's been playing. But always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Anything is possible. So now, yes, indeed, they play for just under 50,000 euro. Heads up battle is what you're watching here. If you don't find a 50,000 euro heads up battle entertaining live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov on a Monday evening, then this is not the channel for you. And if you are entertained, which I bloody hope you are, next Sunday and Monday, the 2nd and 3rd of October, we have another World Series of Poker circuit event. This time it's going to be the Monster Stack, 550 euro buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed, and another 10,350 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets guaranteed. Guess what? I will be back in the booth being your host and commentator for that event also. Non-stop action at Kings. You know what? Whatever happens here, Lucas should be so proud of himself. He has played really well. He got two pivotal double-ups when he really needed it. He was very patient with his stack. He survived all the pay jumps and now he gets to play heads up. I'm really happy for Lucas. However, it is going to be very hard to beat the beast that is Melhers. Dorian Melhers, the Frenchman, has come back time and time again today. Look at that chip stack. I want that. Just give me them chips. I want to be sitting there playing heads up for 50 G's, baby. Dorian Lucas taking this one down. Dorian conceding 5 deuce of clubs. $130 million plays 36. And 169. This epic day of action from the King's Resort. Queen 10 limping. Dorian in the big blind. Does he want to raise or go all in? Maybe the odd time he could just check this. It's such a strong, pretty hand. In a small raise is the best out of the 3 options, in my opinion. With all the momentum on your side. That's good to hear, Johan. Wish you all the best. And Lucas moving all in with the Queen 10. Dorian calling. All in and call. Action. All in the fella, all in the other fella. 74 million. Lucas still breathing and believing. Dorian always golden, rarely folding. 60% for Dorian, 40% for Lucas. Could be all over. Flop 559. Great start for Dorian. Lucas in trouble. Backdoor straight draws. He needs a queen or a 10. Neither player holding a heart. Backdoor diamonds working for Dorian. The turn to 4 of spades. 86% now for Dorian. The river, he's one card away. We have our champion, Dorian. Played an absolute stormer at this final table. A worthy champion indeed. Lucas, very well played, so good game. Enjoy that 60 please, baby. And congrats to the champion. Thank you all for joining on this Monday evening. For now, I'm going to say goodbye. I've been Action Dan. You've been a great audience. Good night.